you believe that you were the special kind. And now we're lying here, and I think you should bleed. Clearly I'm not on your mind. If you're looking for someone better, go on and get her. I'd rather sleep with ghosts than lie in cold shadows of who you're really dreaming of. My bandaged hearted knows I'm gonna let you go. Someone else deserves my love. It didn't take long to see you're not what I need, and that's someone who cares. I was starved for affection, so I ran in your direction, and the truth is you were never really there. You were looking for someone better. Go on and get her. I'd rather sleep with ghosts than lie in cold shadows of who you're really dreaming of. My bandaged-hearted knows I'm gonna let you go. Someone else deserves my love. There's no use in trying or asking why. Your actions speak louder than every single lie. Oh, I'd rather sleep with ghosts than lie in cold shadows of who you're really dreaming of. My bandaged-hearted knows I'm gonna let you go. Don't deserve my love. Oh, I'd rather sleep with ghosts than lie in cold shadows of who you're really dreaming of. My bandaged-hearted knows I'm gonna let you go. You don't deserve mine, don't deserve mine, don't deserve my love. No, no. You threw away my love so easy.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Ash. Can you hear me?
There we go. Okay. For some reason, I was having problems with my headphones. So, good evening, folks, and welcome to the Psychic Show. And tonight, our special guest is Josh, aka Accountability for All. Good evening, Josh.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me.
Hey, man.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Pleasure is all mine, man. It's all ours to have you here tonight. So one thing I would like to get into right away is you just did a video, a live stream about a lady in, I believe, and I'm just trying to maybe pull up a little bit of it here or something, but I really like the way that you're doing a lot of this, not just your cop watching, but going out and actually doing, checking in on all of these little things that mainstream media is not covering and putting it out to the public. And I appreciate that a lot. And I believe that there's a lot of other people. But I believe you have a few things in store and that, and really like to know what you're up to and What's next for AFA?
All good questions. I'm kind of grounded right now because I got the kung flu and things are kind of a pain in the butt right now. But things are still happening, and I think people forget that just because we have a pandemic and that everything else in the world just stops, and it doesn't. This woman is going through absolute total hell and chaos in her life because what she's going through with these cops. And I didn't believe a lot of what she had to say just because like the conspiracy theories are so real out there. And I have people contact me all the time telling me the latest conspiracy theories and what's going on with their government. When I started looking into it, it was just absolute insanity. And everything she was saying was accurate and right on. And I think we have a duty not just to jump out on cops and film them, but to look into what's really permeating the fabric of our communities in such a negative way, like these things. It's starting, at least in the States, where the state where this woman's from, they've made it illegal to film police officers without their permission. In the wake of all these other states peeling back on laws that prohibit people's constitutional rights and this, era of police transparency, Missouri's bucking the system, and they're doubling down and they're saying that you can't film cops without their permission. If you do, it's doxing, which is fine in the sense that they're the government, and government is just a bunch of different fiefdoms that have no oversight that can do whatever they want. So we're not surprised that the government is acting how the government does. What I'm surprised is the way they went about instituting these laws. Like, it's not like they just released a police rights bill that prohibit your rights. You can't even accuse a cop of wrongdoing unless he was charged with a crime. So if a cop beat you up at a traffic stop, you can't even go file an internal affairs report against him because that's an allegation. You can't make an allegation unless the cop was charged with a crime. You can't film them because it's considered doxing. It's punishable by jail. And people are like, oh, well, I never heard of this law. The real issue is that they instituted this law on the last day of legislation by hiding it in a budget bill. So a budget bill that gives more, gives an increase in budget for stuff like electric fences, police and jail corrections, budget increases. And under pesticide safety and certification, the longest chapter of this 865-page bill is this hidden part, the new police rights bill. They did it. And then now, weeks later, Arizona has done the same thing, where you not only can you not film a cop without their permission, the government will allow you to film a cop inside your home, but you have to do it from a separate room than the police officer. So now the government is telling you before what you can do in public, even though it's a certified constitutionally protected activity. Now they're telling you what you can and can't do in your own home. So it's coming to a head, and it shouldn't just matter that this is happening in the US, because this is going to, the whole world's watching right now. And now other states are picking up on this, and it's going to start to not just come to a state and a city and a community near you, but a country near you. This stuff is becoming a problem, and it's places like this where people can get on and share what's going on. And YouTube's great in the sense where, you can have a bunch of people from across the world speaking different languages to sit down and figuring out what's going on, not just in their local community, but the global community. And this is the type of shit that's happening. So we're going to dig more into this. And unfortunately, this woman was not the only one that went through this. She was the tip of the iceberg. In my investigation, I found out that the officers that were involved in her son's death are the same officers that were involved in 4 other people's deaths while in custody. Yeah. So that's an important thing to remember. On top of that, another homeless person was just killed in police custody in the same city today. A homeless person.
Yeah.
Killed in police custody today. It's not going to change. Every state has a Springfield Police Department. It's just about getting accountability for the shit that's happening near you.
Yeah. And I've been trying to tell people for, I've been an activist since 1985. That's roughly right around the time you were born. No offense, but like I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been telling people for decades that if you let the police do one little thing and just forget about it and say, oh, it's not happened to me, it doesn't matter, it's okay, it's only this one instance. But when that happens and it keeps happening and happening, it becomes a new normal. And then people don't wonder why our rights are being eroded the way they are and the way the police are running around rampant the way they are. If we would have had been able to actually stand up and, them do their job the way they're supposed to, there'd be 3/4 of the cop watchers out there would have to find something else to do.
Which is fine, right? Like,
yes.
I had a cop ask me one time, when are you going to quit this shit? And I said, the day that I don't have to get up and go to work is the day that I'm happy. You know what I mean? Like, the day that there's no dirty cops left to film, fuck it. I'll hang up my cleats, I'll hand in my phone, and I'll be happy to find another line of work. Unfortunately, this is a business, and business is booming, because for every, one decent cop you have out there that is willing to do the right thing, you have 4 that are more than happy to abuse you and do the wrong thing. And we're in a bad spot because we just expect cops to lie. We know when they fuck up, excuse my language, that they're going to lie about it. So that's par for the course. We know that with the cake comes the frosting, okay? Yeah. But in this case, with this woman in Missouri, she wasn't making allegations. Everything she said, the police said in police reports and newspaper interviews, sworn affidavits I scoured the internet, okay? This is the only officer-involved shooting that had a contact wound. I'm not sure if that's going to register the people at home, but I released the autopsy reports. This kid had a contact wound, 2 shots to the back of his head on a downward, rightward, straight angle. Okay? That's typically only seen in gangland slangs. I mean, a contact wound in an officer-involved shooting, it doesn't exist. When you look up police execution or contact wound, officer-involved shooting, the only thing that comes up is Springfield, Missouri. So this case is the only one, I correct myself, the only police department that has had, there's been issues where, a cop's, through this research, a cop has to pull out his firearm and he shoots a citizen in the side. There has been contact wounds, but to the back of the head, and this police department's got 5 of them. I can't find one police department in the country ever in recorded data where this happened. But this police station has 5 of it. So the ones that are going to lie to you, that's fine. That's the evil I know. But the ones that are walking around saying, yep, she ain't lying, we did that, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Definitely is. And it's a problem that's only going to get bigger if it's not addressed. And that's one of the reasons why we say, congrats on addressing it, because it's making it aware that to people that it's out there.
Well, for anyone that's got kids, if a kid does, every stupid thing a cop does, I equate it to reprimanding a small child. Because if you allow a child to get away with behavior and it's not corrected, they're going to continue that behavior, and then they're just going to continue to do worse because there's no consequence for their action. There's no par for the course. They just know they can do whatever they want and nothing's going to stop. But in government, who corrects the behavior? No one. You have the police investigate themselves. That's why if you're cop watching or you're filming police and the police come up and say they want to charge you with the crime, you say, yeah, that's not going to work. When you get charged with the crime, who investigates you? And they say, oh, the police. All right, well, I'm going to investigate. You have internal investigations, so do I. I'm going to investigate myself internally. And if I feel after my unfair and totally biased investigation that I've done something wrong, I'll send a letter notifying you of my decision to 187 Go Fuck Yourself Avenue.
Exactly. Yeah. They're the only organization, company, anything in the world that does that, where they are allowed to investigate themselves on criminal behavior and, before anything. But yet they're the first ones to jump up, and because somebody is recording, they'll come up with all kinds of bullshit charges just to get you off the street so that you don't record that. And then there's no retribution for that cop.
Well, let's look at that. Let's look at how that goes. So the way that we're used to dirty policing and investigation is we make the allegation, they lie about it. 9 out of 10 times they get away with it. That's the status quo. That's what we've been subjugated to, right? Now there's a brand new modus operandi. The new modus operandi that they go through is now we can't even make the allegation. You cannot say a cop did anything wrong to you. You can't unless he was charged. And I've done my research. Less than 4% of the time is an officer charged. In a case of wrongdoing, less than 1% of that 4% are they convicted. So there's like a 0.8% conviction rate when a cop does something wrong to you. But only 9 out of 10 times they're not going to get charged. So how do you speak up for yourself? Because here's how this new law works. You go to the police station 24 hours prior, whether you can't make a complaint against the cop. But if he hasn't been charged with wrongdoing, you have to go to the police station. You have to say, I would like to exercise my right to free speech. I could not engage in a cop watch or film this officer because apparently the First Amendment is suspended and you can't film what you can see in public. There is no freedom of the press. The Bill of Rights be damned. But then this officer beat me. So now you have to give your written statement against this officer 24 hours in advance. So you have to go to the person that abused you and hand him everything that you want to say, including your address. You can't dox them, but you can dox yourself, and you have to give it to the police station. And they'll decide whether you can share that information.
Yeah.
So not only have they decided you can't film them, they've now decided what you can say about them, and you can't make complaints against them. I mean, it makes you feel kind of cozy and warm inside when at least, when you made a complaint, they would do a bullshit investigation and they'd do nothing to the cop because at least the bullshit investigation took place.
Yeah. I just, I don't know if you remember this or if you were around last April. I was arrested in my bedroom for breach of peace by the RCMP here in Canada. Breach of peace in my own bedroom. Now, here in Canada, there's no such charge as breach of peace. But yet they still grabbed me, pulled me out of my bedroom on a live stream. This is all caught on live stream, and it's still out there to this day. I've had police officers, including the chief of police here in St. John, tell me that what they did was illegal and that I should put in complaints. Now, the only way that you can put in complaints here against the RCMP is there's an external complaint place that you got to go to, the Civilian Complaints Review Board. I've put in a couple of complaints. When I go to check up on them, they say that they never got them. They never got them. They never got them. This has been going on for almost a year. I've dealt with lawyer after lawyer after lawyer. They all tell me that I have a 100% verifiable case, that I'll win, but they will not take on the case because it's got to do with so many different politicians and that also that, like, it got to the point, Josh, where I literally had Justin Trudeau send the police to my door, threatening me. Not once, not twice, but over a dozen times now. They've had videos of mine pulled off of YouTube. They took my old Facebook account, everything, because of the way that I am when it comes to this dickhead that we have as the Prime Minister.
Yeah, but you know what that's called? Executive overreach.
Exactly.
Right? That's why checks and balance exists. And I mean, it doesn't just exist in America. I mean, the first Constitution was created by America, but that Constitution was still based off of British law. It's pretty much identical to the Constitution and laws that you guys have. You know,
Yeah.
especially with your House of Commons and your Parliament, but it's still checks and balances. It is always illegal for the executive branch to infringe personally on your behalf. I mean, you're taking a federal issue and turning it into a personal issue and going after someone for their free speech. And free speech is allowed in Canada. It's allowed in the UK. I mean, the way they approach it, from my understanding, is a little bit different. Like the verbiage is different, but the laws pretty much mirror each other. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. Get on an airplane, play Russian roulette at the airport, put your finger on any place in the map, get off the airplane, walk into the police station. The accent might sound different, the skin color might look different, and the uniforms might look different. But I'm telling you one thing, when they mace you, tase you, or beat the shit out of you, it still feels the same as it does in America or Canada.
Exactly. And you know, we've let the police run rampant for too long. We have here in Canada, we have a constitution and a charter of rights and freedoms, and you know, we have ways to redress our government. The problem is that when you put in a complaint against any government agency here in Canada, they will always find themselves either did no wrongdoing, or they will come up with some kind of an excuse why they can't give you certain records. Or I put in 15 records requests to the city of Moncton alone because of what the mayor and the city council and the police did to me there. I've yet to receive one of them, and they won't release any of them. I've literally got confirmation back that they will not release anything to me.
Now, did you serve them a warrant yet?
See, here in Canada, it's a little different when it comes to stuff like that.
No, what
you know,
I
when
mean
you
is
guys,
the court of public opinion, because that's the one branch that they can't control, is the court of public fucking opinion. And if you make them look bad enough and you put enough pressure on them, you know, this is all elected office. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And they don't realize that. Like, we put those politicians, those mayors and councillors and that, we put them in there. We pay for our police services. They are a service and supposed to respect the public because we pay them. That would be like me saying I'm Jeff Bezos and I got a bunch of people at Amazon working for me and they're telling me to go fuck myself and do whatever the fuck they want. And that's what basically they're doing. Is they're telling us that they will do whatever the fuck they want, and there's nothing that you're going to do about it, and you're going to elect us to make sure that we can keep doing this. And it doesn't matter what party you put in, it all winds up to be the same. In the States, it could be the Republicans or the Democrats. Look what Donald Trump did to look what Barack Obama did to what Biden's doing now to here in Canada. We got this dickhead Trudeau to Mike Stephen Harper that was here that screwed up. It doesn't matter. NDP, Liberals, Conservatives, the Green Party, all of them. It doesn't matter who you elect. You're always going to get fucked. It may be one way or another.
Look at the platform progression on that. I mean, when you let's look at it in this analogy. If you go to a store, right, and you have, or you go to a car dealership and they sell Ford and they sell Chevy, and you have a representative for each company, you're going to choose which vehicle you want to take based off of what is best about it. You're not going to say, I want to take that vehicle because it's the worst on gas, or I want to take that vehicle because, you know, it's the worst when it gets into an accident. Politician is the only area in life where you will vote and you will make a choice that will impact your daily life based on the model of I'll take the lesser of two evils.
Exactly.
That doesn't make fucking sense. I mean, even if you have to get out and run for office just so you can use the political PAC money instead of campaigning just to get whatever message you want out there. I mean, there's all sorts of different ways, but you know, people say, like, I've always said, you have to vote, you have to vote, you have to vote. And when it's like Trump versus Biden, I'll get up and I'll vote for fucking Trump all day because Biden's a fucking moron. But you can do more sometimes with silence. Like, I don't want the lesser of two evils anymore. I'm not good with that. We're well past that.
Yeah. And you know, look at, since this all this butterflies and unicorns started too. Like I told people from the beginning, and I've been, you can go back and check on my channel from last year and shit like that, where I was actually trying to get out of the province that I'm in now, and I could not get on a bus or anything back then. The borders were closed. They opened them up so that I could get into Nova Scotia. They were open for about a month and a half, 2 months or something like that. Then they closed them down again the day after I come across into New Brunswick again. I was on my way out west trying to get out of here. Wasn't allowed to leave New Brunswick again. I got stuck here again. Now we're in a lockdown right now where if you don't have to, you're told to stay at home. If you need grocery shopping done for your household, and that only one person can go per household to do your grocery shopping or anything like that right now. And this is going on. All restaurants are closed. There's no dine-in service, takeout or delivery only. Or weed dispensaries, the only way that you can get it is home delivery. Your alcohol and stuff, like your alcohol and your government weed stores are open, but they're limited to very minimal people in there at one time. So it's really bad. Our schools are closed. And I told everybody before Christmas that when our kids go back to school, if they do not have that passport, they will not be allowed back to school. Now you watch, the kids go back to school on the 31st or something like that. And if they don't have that passport, they will not be allowed to go back to school.
Well,
mark my words.
Let's look at things. So even as of right now with this Kung flu, right? We'll call it that so YouTube doesn't get angry.
Yeah.
It's still, we're still saying that the worst part of this is the February, the first year that it came out. We're still, because right now this thing's way more contagious, but it's way less harmful. The largest concentrated number of deaths happened within the first year. All right. So when it was as bad as it possibly could be, people said, all right, well, maybe we shouldn't send him to school. Maybe we're going to keep him home and we're going to do education through Zoom and we'll do Zoom classes, what have you. So now they're saying that we have approached the worst and now we're surpassing it, right? But they're sending kids back to school. So you have to ask your question. Your question is this, right? Why? If when we thought it was the worst, we said take the kids out of school, why are we now sending them back? Because the government needs to work. You know, the school isn't pulling in its budget money and its assistance money and its grant money when there's no kids in the building. The teachers are still getting paid, but now they're paying for extra resources. They need bodies in the seats. Like, that's what this whole thing is. I mean, if this was really that big of a deal, I mean, I have it right now. And I'll tell you one thing, that besides like nasal congestion and a killer headache, I'm fine. But I got the plunge. So I'm asking this doctor, I don't know, you can't tell me that I got it. And she's like, oh no, you do. And I'm like, no, I don't. She's like, well, you do. I said, well, I got a vaccine. It's impossible. And she goes, well, a vaccine doesn't protect you from getting it. It just, you know, it will, if you do get it, then it'll help with the symptoms. I was like, that's absolutely not what a vaccine is. Like, let's look up the definition of a vaccine. You know what I mean? Like, the government can change its mind at any given time on any given issue. And we, the people, are just supposed to say, all right, that's cool. You know, there has to be a point in time where we have to stop bending for this and standing for that and saying that enough is enough. Like in your issue where Trudeau fucking has your house swatted because you have a fucking opinion. I mean, Jesus Christ, Swaziland, Africa is the last absolute monarchy in the world where the sitting king can decide that it's not like a figurehead like Queen Elizabeth. The sitting king can decide that they want you executed. He can do anything he wants. That's not where we're at. Like, you know, this is democracy. You can't, because you don't like someone, have them kidnapped from their home. I mean, unless Trudeau is pretty much thinking that he's akin to Adolf Hitler. I mean, this guy's a friggin' moron.
Yeah. You know,
pretty much. Yeah.
They say that we have all this freedom. Like here in Canada, we have the right to redress our government. If we have a problem, we're allowed to put in complaints in that. The problem is that no matter what, there is a complaint process for any part of our government. The only thing is that they don't
can make a
respect
complaint that goes into a trash barrel. So what's the point of making it?
Yeah, because they don't respect it. They don't respect the rights of the people or anything. But yet they're the first ones, like here in Canada at the House of Commons, they're the first ones to say that it's our constitutional rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and blah, blah, blah. And they use all this to help them. But what they don't understand is the Charter of Rights and Freedoms here in Canada, the same as your amendments in the States, were there to protect you against government like this. And the government is using it against us and saying that we don't have those. Only the government has those rights and the regular people don't now. And it was supposed to be the opposite.
Of course.
And people don't realize that. And until we get more people like you and me and a bunch of other people stand up and show this and say that we're not going to take it anymore, it's going to continue to happen.
So I got a quote, and I'm wondering if you know who said it. And the quote is, "A true sovereign or politician doesn't want power." Do you know where that quote came from?
Why does that sound like one of the forefathers of, wasn't it Jefferson?
No, that was actually Queen Elizabeth when she was asked. Now, she's a figurehead monarchy, but she had one thing that she could still do. She could dismiss the House of Commons. She could dismiss government at any point in time so it could be reelected. They asked her why she abdicated her last power over the monarchy and why she relinquished that power. And her response was, "A true sovereign, a true politician does not seek power." And, that's well said. I mean, she's an older stateswoman, but I mean, she had one real piece of power that could fuck everything up. And she was at least smart enough to say, if the people are going to rule, I can't have the ability to overrule that. And that's the problem. Every single politician wants to hold on to power. The real politicians don't want power. They want to protect the people, but those real politicians don't exist. And if they do, their city council members are they're on a fucking school board.
Yeah. Like, I've had people say, well, why don't you try and make change in that and run for a city office and that? And a lot of people don't realize that back in the late 90s, I actually ran for city council in Toronto. And what happened was you have to meet certain requirements in order to do this. So I had to have a certain amount of people to back me, signatures, and I had to have a certain amount of money to back me.
Really?
I can't. Yeah. You got to be able to pay for all your own advertising and stuff like that, right? So I did all that. I got it all ready, and then I went in. I had all the paperwork filled out and everything. And because of my criminal record, I'm not allowed to serve as any city council or anything. I can't run for any city council or anything here in Canada.
So
because of my criminal record. But yeah, if you're a cop, it's mandatory that you have a criminal record, it seems like.
Right. In the States, you don't have to. So in the States, whether you're running for Senate, Congress, or the House of Representatives, depending on which you're going for, you have to be at least 25 or 30 years of age, and you have to be a citizen. And some states can require that you've lived in that state for a certain amount of time. It excludes background check. It's not back. It doesn't matter if you have a criminal past. Anyone can be voted into Congress now and run for Congress. The problem is, if I ran, right, and I have a criminal record, and then I actually get voted in, because of my behavior, Congress can ask to have me dismissed. But see, that's the thing. Like, the government should be represented by a people. And by saying that you can't have a criminal record, then you're destroying your own justice system. Because what's the point of paying your penalty or getting past what you did and being a better person if you can't service your community? That's the whole point of becoming a better person, right? To give back to your community. But now the government is taking control of you for the rest of your life. It doesn't make much sense. To them, it does. because they
Yeah.
want totally, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And people don't seem to realize that. And again, people talk about snowball effects on other things, but what about the snowball effect that's happening with our rights? Like right now, Justin Trudeau, there's a bill called Bill C-36, where if you start telling people that you can't stand them and they're nothing but a bunch of fucking say anything kind of like a racist remark or sexual remark or anything like that, you can get up to a year on house arrest for that now. If you call out Justin Trudeau or that, like some of my videos that I've done, I called the bitch out to an MMA fight in the middle of the fucking ring, in the middle of the street. If that bill goes through, those videos will be pulled. And if I do anything like that again, I'll get a year on house arrest. If I break that house arrest, I can get up to another year in jail just for free speech here in Canada. That's what's happening because we let this go on for too long. We've let little things go by saying, oh, it's only him. It's only a one-time thing. But, it might be a one-time thing for that specific police division at that specific time. But look at Toronto with over 15 police stations, and this is happening constantly. Trust me, I know. I sued the Toronto police and won and had 5 of them put in jail.
Well, that's the problem, is that you're using a word that needs to be changed. The word free speech. That is like saying, a little giant, right? There is no such thing as free speech. First of all, because there literally is cost to it. It is not free. You pay a price, you go to prison. That's number one. Number two, it's not free speech if you're being told how to communicate it, when you can communicate it, in which parameters you're allowed to communicate it, and what is acceptable. It's not even censored speech. It's government filtered speech, where they'll fucking say, tell us what you want. Tell us what you would like to say. We'll get back to you and let you know if you can say it. And that's the same thing that happened with this fucking woman in Missouri. You know what I mean? And this is a worldwide problem. It's not free speech. So there really is no such thing as free speech anymore, but you hit the nail on the head. We, the people, have decided that's acceptable because when you give up essential liberty for temporary security, you deserve neither liberty nor security. And 3%, of the nation in 1774 decided that they didn't give a shit anymore because the most dangerous person in a fight is one who has nothing to lose. And they said, fuck it, we don't care about security, we care about liberty. But now people are worried about their car payments, their gym membership, they're getting low APR financing percent on their new car, or they get a low interest rate on their credit card, and there's just way too much security to worry about this pesky thing called fucking liberty. And it's a worldwide crisis.
Yes. And, like I said, I've been trying to speak this since the 80s and nobody would listen. And now people are finally coming to me and saying, hey, you know what you were saying back then? You were right. And I said, yeah, but it's kind of ineffective now because that happened 30 years ago and you wouldn't stand up then. And now you wonder why it's the way it is now. And until people start standing up to all this bullshit, it's going to continue. And it's
I don't know what
worse.
People think the progression is, where they just say, all right, we've been taking it for 50 years, so now let's make a change. I don't know how fast bills pass in the UK, right? But, for all intents and purposes, it takes about 2 years in the States for a bill to get prepared correctly, to get support through the right parties. Then it'll take another 2 years to be put through the House and to be put through Congress, and then to get an executive signature on it, right? So if that president has one term, he's spent his whole term trying to put something into effect. Now the next president comes out and he vetoes it. So you spent 4 years for about 2 months of repay. I've always said that I don't mind it costing me now if it makes something for me in the end. But what's the acceptable amount of time that we have to wait to get some give back here? They're not giving anything back from us. They're taking, and every time they take, they put more restrictions on us. and then we just go with it. And then eventually we get to the point where we're saying, we've had enough. If you beat a dog every single day, 10 years later, the dog bites you, you're surprised, but the dog should have bit you a lot sooner.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Mhm.
Like, I sometimes I just want to grab people and just smash their heads off of the wall. I know it's not going to make any difference, but with all this bullshit going on, and we keep losing and losing our rights, what people don't realize is that we pay these people. And why are we being treated the way we are when we have a constitution and in the States and charter rights here? Why is it being used against us? Why are we paying for it? Like, every government service comes from taxes. Every government service, no matter what, comes from taxes, or whether they're pulling money out of their ass, or like Justin Trudeau right now just printed another $7 billion so that to help with this CERB payments shit. And where's all that money coming from? What they don't understand is we have to pay that money back. It's like a loan that he made for Canada against the Bank of Canada, so that and puts us in debt, and then we're paying for that, and people don't realize. And it's the same as our court systems. The cops, all they want to do is grab people, make up charges, throw them in jail, and fucking let the courts figure it out, and go from there. Well, then they wonder why the courts are so tied up and everything, and why they're not getting any money for more equipment that maybe they might need. And that it's because they're spending all the money and letting judges try and decide whether a cop is doing his job properly or not. And even if the cop isn't doing his job properly, he still doesn't, nothing happens. So what's the worst? You're going to get off on the charge.
Well, people don't want to talk about things that are uncomfortable, right? Because it's just like, whether it's racism, like, oh, we just went through the whole George Floyd thing and we're kind of over racism right now. Or, if it's this thing with money, like, you talk about uncomfortable things and you make people think. Like, you say, hey, listen, stupid. It's not even the fact that we have to pay back this debt. Every time we print more money, that decreases our fucking dollar value, right? We're driving down our own economy by producing more money. Or, hey, moron, like what I seen someone do, and I've never seen anyone do it before, and the video was enthralling to watch. This guy followed around a cop all day, and he had his camera on the ready. And every time he walked past a group of people, he would just berate this cop until some random Karen or Darren or bootlicker would step up and say, he shakes the cop's hand, or she shakes the cop's hand and say, you shouldn't talk to him like that. He's doing his job and he's protecting us. And he knew that someone would do that. And he said, who's more dangerous than the cop that knows he's killing or beating someone? The person that will defend him when they don't even know what he did. And then he pulls out a shit ton of pictures of dead victims that died at this cop's hand. And he goes, you're a fucking idiot for this one? What do you have to say to this guy's family or that guy's family? I wanted to prove a point. He knew who he was killing. You defended him with no qualms and no questions. People don't want to talk about difficult things. They want to watch kittens getting saved out of trees. Like, depending on the climate of the country or the climate of the global community. Fuck that. People need to get over their feelings. They need to stop worrying about them getting hurt. And they need to face serious fucking issues and stop thinking that the government is going to solve our problems. The police are the government, and your lawyer will tell you not to talk to the police. So in what modicum or fashion do you think it's sensible to talk to the government? Their job is to suppose power on you and retain that power. I mean, the government doesn't even like the government, depending on which side. They'll nullify a bill or a law that could help millions of people if it hurts the other side of the aisle. I mean, the word bipartisanship doesn't exist in anywhere but us as a people and as a community where we work together. But then we just give up and we say, fuck it. You know, I think that it's our fault. No matter what state you're in, what country you're in, what YouTube community you're with, what gender you assign to, or what religion gets you down on your knees in the morning, you need to stand up and say, I've had a fucking enough because this is bullshit. I'm not going to drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. And that's why I love these freedom protests that are going on. We just had one in Toronto yesterday. I covered one here live, and YouTube privatized it on me. I got it back, but I covered a protest rally right here in St. John, where I am, just before Christmas.
But look at how ridiculous that sounds. You're talking about a protest for freedom.
Exactly.
I mean, listen to how, like, that's, if you're at home listening, like, protest for freedom. That's like fighting for peace. I mean, it makes no sense. You don't have to fight for something that's inalienable, that's granted to you by God and by birth. I mean, and YouTube is just so fucking liberal that if it doesn't go with their algorithm, they might not want to put it out there. I can go scream in a cop's face and tell him how his wife is a dirty, dirty whore. And that video will get 2 million views. No problem. It'll get 100,000 views in a couple days. But if I interview a mother whose son was killed by police, and those very police officers say, yep, we did it, we're dirty. And I can't get views on that because YouTube doesn't think that's appropriate. I mean, that's because YouTube's publicly traded. Who has interest in YouTube? Who's making money when YouTube builds a brand new human resources center, or Amazon builds a brand new distribution factory? The fucking government.
Well, YouTube is owned by Google, and it's been proven. One of the top 10 stocks that the U.S. government owns one of them is Google, and one is Johnson & Johnson, and the other one is Pfizer. Those three
Johnson & Johnson's been sued a shit ton recently.
Yeah, and so is Pfizer. But yet the states still have a lot of fucking stocks in these. They're the in the top 10 stocks that the U.S. own right now.
See, the government likes to have their cake and eat it fucking too. So when the little man, the mom and pop store is struggling, forget the pandemic, but the little man's store, the mom and pop's place is struggling to get through. And these big companies are just, cash cowing money. And you ask the government, and you say, well, that's commerce. Little man didn't make it, the big company did. That's commerce. So it's okay when the little guy doesn't make it on taxes and business, but the big guy does because that's commerce. But then when you have these huge, huge companies crashing, commerce goes right out the window. We're not going to bail out the little guy, but these places are way too important to go down. No, they're supposed to go down. They're supposed to fail. Someone else can buy them. There can be a merger. They can be liquidated, whatever. It's fucking commerce. The strong survive. You don't just get a partition. It's like everyone, when your kid's 8 years old and everyone in the team gets a fucking trophy. How do you promote individuality or achievement if everyone gets a fucking trophy? There's no such thing as participation. Some win, some lose. And that's democracy. But the government dictates how democracy is interpreted. And they give you no say in it. It just makes no sense.
Yeah. A lot of people, when the NHL plays, during the Stanley Cup, they might, whoever wins the Stanley Cup wins the Stanley Cup. The other people don't get a participant medal for being there. They might get a bonus or something like that because it's part of their contract or that. But they don't get that participation.
Everyone gets a ring. Even the trainers get a ring. But you just won the fucking Super Bowl. Everyone.
Yeah, that's that team. But the losing team. The losing team doesn't get anything. It's just the winning team. So, that's what people got to realize is life is like a sport. There are winners and there are losers. There's no in between. There has to be.
You can't teach kids that there's no such thing as losing, because some of your best life lessons come from your biggest mistakes. Like you only lose the battles that you don't fight, and you only regret the chances you don't take. But how do you learn from something if you don't make a mistake? You can't say, oh, well, you just shot that person in the face because they're a different skin color than you. That's okay. I understand. Everyone's a winner here. So go out and try it again. Like, that doesn't work for us, for we the people. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be a separation of power and a separation of different things. And it has to start equating back to the people.
Yes. But it seems like we don't have enough people to stand up. Here in Canada, for instance, there's just over 77,000 cops in a country with 38 million people. But yet there's not enough people to stand up to all these cops, mainly because we have over 4 million that work for the government.
So wait, how many cops did you say there were?
We have just over 77,000 cops in Canada.
Okay, so here's how we battle something like that. I have 75,000 subscribers. So my audience is larger than the police force, right?
Yeah.
Chuck Bronson has 80,000. You know what I mean? Like, you use your microphone to start putting out another directive. I mean, it's scare tactics. That's why for every 100 slaves, there was only one plantation manager, right? Or when you go to a prison, there's thousands of inmates, but there's only a select few number of guards because they rule through fear, right? So that's what it is, fear tactic. But like I said, 97% of the nation was in support of British rule. 3% actually fought back. It's not the fact that you're outnumbered, regardless what you're facing. It's the fact that you say, fuck it, I'm going to stand up. Enough is enough. Like, everyone has to get up and say something. But that's never going to happen because, like I said before, they're all worried about that. They'll give up that essential liberty for that temporary security. And everyone on the same page has to be like, fuck the security, I care about my liberty.
Exactly. And going back to that poor lady that and her son there, Caleb, they put the information's out there. They admitted to it and everything, and it just goes to show how corrupt it is. Right there, how we have no control over our government, which we are supposed to, and that the government can do whatever the fuck they want and get away with it. And that, unfortunately, this poor Caleb, he lost his life because of fucking bullshit cops.
He was killed.
He had
in
nothing
his
to do
yard.
with it. Yeah, and he had nothing to do with what was going on.
He was not a suspect. He was not being investigated. And the great part is that usually what the mother says happened, like, she'll tell her story. The officer said, come here. He turned around and said, I'm going into my house. The officer said, you have your hands in your pockets. Are you armed? He says, yes, I am armed. For my safety and for yours, could you please remove my firearm? The mother says he puts his hand out. The officer takes control of him. And then this kid doesn't. He keeps saying, "Are you a cop? Are you a cop?" Now the guy won't answer. He's in plainclothes, there's no badge, so he starts to push back a little bit, and he gets shot and killed. So normally the police officer would say, "Yeah, that's not how it happened." They're agreeing that's how it happened, and then the kid's firearm is logged into evidence, and then the mother goes to get the firearm back, and it turns out that the firearm was sold at a pawn shop. But no one wants to know how it went from a secure evidence locker, and then it was stolen, and then sold at a pawn shop. Not only do they not want to know how that happened, they don't want to investigate the fact, A, that it was stolen from this woman because it was her property, and B, that it left the secure evidence locker and went to a pawn shop. No one seems to give a shit.
Well, here I tried to expose a lot of bullshit in Halifax a few years ago when I was there. Couple of dirty cops, they stole a bunch of cash and a bunch of cocaine out of the locker room of the Halifax Regional Police Headquarters building, and the guy got away with it. He got put on restricted duties but he was still getting paid. And then about a year later, he goes and he assaults a homeless person in a homeless shelter on camera. And it took a bunch of us like me to expose it, and going down and protesting at the police station and everything. We had pickets up and everything. I set it all up, and we went there and we protested against it. And that cop actually got charged.
No, that's because there's people like you out there doing the real work. I mean, like, you know, you don't. That's what I say. Like, you know, like when I meet like a soldier, I'll say thank you because you're out there risking your life so I can be selfish at home, spending time with my family. You don't have hundreds of thousands of subscribers because you don't have time for that, because you're out there doing the fucking real work. You're getting the real stories out there. When people thank me for bringing the story to light with this woman, I have to reiterate that I didn't bring a story to light. She brought it to me. She's been doing this for 8 fucking years. She's talked to a bunch of people. It's people like that, people like you that are doing the groundwork. You know, like, I mean, it doesn't matter that you're in Canada. That's a win for freedom. That's a shot heard around the world, right? Yeah. And it's people like you that are doing the hard fucking work.
And like, I kind of go back on some of my experiences in that over the past 30 some odd years that I've been doing this. And like, I'm the founding member of the needle exchange program in Canada that started back in the 80s. A lot of people don't know that. We started it out of a small church. It's now worldwide. We protested, and over 150 of us chained ourselves to Parliament Hill.
I remember that.
To get changes made in the Human Rights Act and the Privacy Act in Canada. And it actually went through. We actually helped make changes in that. But now,
but you can't run for government. That's the ridiculousness in how this shit works. Exactly. You're actually implementing. It's proven that you're implementing change, and you're serving your community. That's causing a rise in greater good. But then you are not qualified to go serve your country or constituents. But people that have zero qualifications and have done nothing are absolutely qualified because they represent interests that are more popular than yours.
You got it. And that's what it is.
It's the People's Magazine of politics. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yep. And you know, it bugs the fuck out of me that, you know, we got so many people out there. Like, I'm subscribed to over 1,000 either cop watchers or First Amendment auditors or activists across the world. I have friends in Russia, Hong Kong, New Zealand, Australia, Ireland, France, England, lots in the US, and some here in Canada. So when I try to get my messages out, I can't go out and do this stuff I used to do 20, 30 years ago. I'm in my mid 50s now. I just turned 55 a couple of weeks ago. I just had another heart attack just over a week ago. And so I'm kind of recuperating right now. And that's why I'm trying not to get too stressed up in that. I don't want to.
You shouldn't have to. You know what you'd be called in the States, Ashcan?
What's that?
An OG, right? Like I'll tell you, like original gangster. That's what they call people that do what you did. It's picking up the fucking torch, right? I mean, like, I'll say one thing, like, for example, gangs and piracy, right? They have certain codes of ethics. Now, I'm not telling people they should go be gang members or they should be pirates, but one of the first republics ever created was a republic created by pirates, right? Like, but there's certain things, like in a gang, for example, this guy's an OG. He put his work in. He can't continue to do what he did. Now it's on the younger person to come up and stand up. Like that's if a gang member can understand that that's a good way to live your fucking life, anyone else should. But we've created such comfortability. I'll tell you one thing. There weren't tablets when I was a fucking kid. If I had a
No.
goddamn Webster's dictionary at the fucking table when we were eating dinner, that dictionary would wind up off the back of my fucking head, right? Because we were raised differently. So now kids should
Yeah.
stand up and pick up the torch because you can't, so you don't have to. But they're too worried about, you know, the new makeup channel on TikTok. It's fucking insane.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just
laughing at that
laughing.
too. I think you're laughing at this, weren't you, Ash?
Yeah. And yeah, I am kind of like that bad uncle that people gossip about. But you know what? I'm the type of person that if I see something wrong, I'm going to let them know straight up. I don't give a fuck if I go to jail or not. I used to. You know, I was married for a long time. I'm separated now. My granddaughter will be 16 in June. You know, all my kids are growing up and that. I have no pets anymore. I have a great landlord that I'm able to work with. So if I go out and actually do something and get arrested, I don't have to worry about anything now. And I really don't give a fuck if I get arrested. If I'm standing up for rights, I'm going to do it all day long. It's if we don't do it, if somebody doesn't do it, it's never going to get done. And that's why I keep trying to put out to as many people as possible. You know, if you see something, just record it. If you're too scared to put it out on the internet because of, you know, you don't want to be connected to it or because of retribution or that, send me the videos. I will put them out there anonymously for you.
Yeah, we could change your voice. We can blur your face. I mean, listen, here's a challenge.
We could do all kinds of things. You know, I mean, that's the thing. You know, and I
really need people to do that.
Yeah, and I have to say, I definitely agree with you, Josh. You know, I mean, Ash is definitely an OG, and I've always tried to stress that in our community because our community doesn't really know too much about the sidekicks, and you know, because they just see us as on panels once in a while and things like that. But you know, we are very knowledgeable, both of us, and I mean, Ash has done a lot for the community.
Fuck, I got 2 university degrees.
Here's the fucking problem, okay? When you think of turnover rate, you think of restaurants, you think of like shitty jobs people don't want. I've been on YouTube for 3 years, okay? For a year of that, I was serving a prison sentence. So I was out there for, so we'll say 2 years worth of work. And in First Amendment auditing, I'm considered an OG. I've been doing it for 2 fucking years. I should add a 0 to that before anyone should ever call me an OG. But that's the problem, right? If you can change a whole generation in a year, right? If you can change an entire perception and generation of activists in a year, we need to be real damn certain that we're watching what these new people are fucking doing. If that's the turnover rate and that's how quick it happens, we need to make sure that they understand the message they're putting out there. And you don't have to go out and fucking expose some police cover-up. But here's a challenge I have for everyone that's in the chat today. The next time you see a police officer or you see any public official, I usually say stay away from the firemen or the EMTs because for the most part, what I see, they seem to be doing the hard work and getting paid way less. But next time you're at a town hall or you see a police officer, please just take out your phone, make sure you hold it the right way so the video doesn't give me a headache. Even if you don't plan on releasing it, just go up to the cop and say, "Excuse me, can you tell me your name and badge number and what you did for me today?" And the cop's going to probably say, "Oh, yeah." That's what's going to happen. They most of the time won't give you their name and badge number. Just say, like, "I'm really concerned. Like, if you wanted to come up to me and ask me for my ID, you'd expect me to just comply. I'm simply asking your name and badge number." So then they give you the name, they give you the badge number. You say, "What did you do for me today?" And they'll say, "Well, I've never met you. What could I do?" "Me. The people that you represent, the people who you swore to protect. Can you tell me one thing that you did for us today?" And keep that video, send it out, do whatever you want. But that's their daily dose of fucking honesty. Keep them honest.
Yeah.
That's a good challenge. That's a good challenge for everybody.
And like I tell everybody, if you do that, and you don't want to put the video out, but you think it should be put out there. I bet you any money if you sent those videos to Josh would put those videos up. I, for 100%, would put stuff like that up on my channel too,
Same here.
to support that.
Simple,
So-
easy to change the voice, and to blur out a face. And even if you just want to, like, because then they're going to be worried, like, well, you know, not everyone watching the video will know that it's me, but people will know that it's the police officer. Listen, you can blur out the cop's face, and you can digitally change his voice. No one else will know, his department won't know, but he'll fucking know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're only going after, we only need to get one. One is a great fucking place to start. In my activism career, I've only got one. But that's okay. That's one less bad cop on the street. And if I have to wait another 2 years and another 75,000 subs, another 20 million views, that's fine. We'll get there, however long it takes, until someone else comes up, takes the torch, and keeps it fucking moving. But we need to make sure that that next generation, first of all, is even there and ready to heed the call. And if they are ready to heed the call, that they know the fight they're getting into. And it's not simply just, give me your name and badge number, and if you don't, I'll scream at you and I'll make a ton of views. It's way past that. And that's why you're getting into this. You're doing way more harm than good. And if you don't care, then fuck you.
Yeah. And it's like, I got into a bit of an argument with a person one time. A bit of an argument, but and here's a question for you, Josh. When you go out to do an audit, you've done a little bit of research on the area that you're going to. You'll know whether or not you're going into the hood or not. And you know what you're going after when you do audits, not cop watches, audits. So you do know what you're getting into. You do a little bit of research, do you not?
Yeah, if we're talking about libraries, town halls, or straight up police stations, I'm always doing research, because I mean, you have to do research. For example, if I'm going to, you know, fucking No Name City, right? And I go to No Name City and I Google it, I want to find out what cop had some sort of bad incident recently. So when I go into the audit, I can go up to the desk and I can say, hey, you know, can I get a Freedom of Information Act request form? Can I have your name and badge number? And the moment they give me any lip, I can say, wow, Officer so-and-so just beat up an unarmed citizen on 6th Street 2 weeks ago. It makes sense now why you won't give me your name and your ID. What else do you guys have to hide? You're not just going in there to get a reaction. I mean, you should at this point expect a reaction. And it's our job to make sure that we're better than them at giving them that verbal judo. But you have to look into what you're doing, because we're only going to be in that police station for 10 minutes, and then it's going to be in our rear view. But the people that live in that city, those cops only have to deal with us for 10 minutes. Those people have to deal with those cops for the rest of our lives. It's a dual responsibility when we're doing shit like that. And even in cop watching, I prefer to cop watch in the hood. When we're going through a neighborhood and we're listening to the scanner, if it's not somewhere I'm from, I'll look into the crime rate, the statistics. You can see by the demographic. And the most comfortable place for an activist is in the fucking hood. That's the most place that you'll be protected, because no one is going to back you up when you're defending people's rights against racist cops like the hood.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, though, Josh, we have a video of that you'd put out about how, and I guess it's kind of a racist type thing, but where we had if it's a white cop that kills a black man, for instance, or African American. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be racist or anything. Please don't. But if that happens, if a white cop does that to an African American man or woman, it makes national headlines. But when an African American cop does it to a white man, it's hidden, and nobody wants to help.
Well, for two reasons: because of us and because of them. So number two, first of all, racism isn't exclusively a black person, right? The black people can't claim racism, and they can claim racism, but they can't be the only ones to claim to be racial victims or to be victims of racism or victims of hate. That can't simply be the case, because to say only we can be subject to racism is racist in its concept, right? You know, like BLM was marching around and they wind up taking the slogan down, but it said, before any other life can matter, a black life must matter first. That is racist in itself, right?
Yes.
So that depends on the cop, right? But then it depends on us, what the temperature is in the country and the global community. Post George Floyd, zero tolerance policy for any sort of excessive force or unacceptable behavior or wrongdoing against a person of African American descent. Shortly after that, Asian descent. Okay.
Yeah.
So I've filmed across the country now. 80% of the protest turnouts for George Floyd, exclusively to Black Lives Matter, were predominantly white. Right. So white, people are doing their part. They're starting to stand up and say, we've had enough of this racism. It needs to stop. And I've filmed tons of cops, white cops beating up black people. Unacceptable. Not okay. All right. We agree. And then I got a congressional fucking candidate with Chuck Bronson in East Chicago, Indiana. And this guy's a congressional fucking candidate. And he tells the cop that he's got his headlights out and he didn't pay his taxes so he can go on a longer break instead of fixing his headlight. Get that headlight fixed. You work for me, right? Yeah. The cop gets out, tackles him. And because this cop is not trained at all, when he tries to take this guy down who's a little bit bigger than him, without any warning, he gets his leg stuck between the victim's leg. So when the other cops run over, they don't want to figure out what's going on or why this cop's beating this guy. They just want to help this cop. So they put their knee on the victim's legs. But because this officer's leg is stuck in between his leg, it wrenches this guy's leg. He goes, my leg, my leg. He jumps up with his full weight, smashes his knee into the back of this guy's neck. For 3 minutes, he's got his knee in the back of this guy's neck after knee and neck mandates have been passed worldwide, not just in the U.S. And then he punches this guy in the back of the head so fucking hard that his head smashes off the ground. He's leaking blood everywhere. I mean, and then everyone watching, because of the neighborhood we're in, is black. And I said, let's go, guys. Like, get your camera out. You get your camera out. And I'm like directing traffic. You call the fucking police. You call 911. And a guy looks at me and goes, he ain't one of us. That's not our problem. He ain't one of us. And I said in the loud stream, I don't give a shit how unpopular it made me sound. I said, you know what? If that cop looked like me and that guy getting beaten up looked like you, you'd give a fuck and you'd pull your fucking camera out. But you want to fucking stand there because the guy getting beat up looks like me and the cop looks like you. You don't care about justice for people. You care about justice for skin tone. That in itself is racism, right? It's the temperature and the climate and the pulse point of the fucking country. What happens to someone is exclusively colorblind. It's a human fucking rights issue, right? It shouldn't matter that the cop is black and the guy getting beat up is white. And they swept it right under the rug. They dealt with the fucking cop. But the nation just wasn't ready to deal with it because it wasn't a white guy, it wasn't a black guy getting beat up. And and I made a big fucking deal. And I'm using another phone showing this guy all the videos that I've done for BLM. And he doesn't believe me. So now I'm on my phone and I'm calling BLM leaders from across the country and they're answering the phone. And this guy's like, holy shit, he knows what he's talking about. Well, guess what? I want to let you know that I'm not going to another one of your fucking rallies. And if that cop right over there comes up to you right now, that white cop, and he punches you in the fucking head and throws you on the ground, what should I do? Should I pull out my camera? And he goes, well, yeah. Because that's the most racist thing I've fucking heard all day. Because 5 minutes ago, it didn't matter for that. Like,
yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, it's just stupid the way that all of this bullshit is going on. If you look at a person the wrong way now, especially here in Canada, you're called a racist. I have a video out on my channel where I did a live, before I knew about StreamYards, I just did a live YouTube show And I was called a racist on my own channel. And I went
But what
back and
power
I
does that
looked.
word have? What power does that word have? I mean, literally, like, not for nothing. You got, like, for example, Floyd. I love to use Omaha Cop Block for this example. No matter what happens to him in life, I'm not lying to you. We were at a fucking Subway and he wanted a turkey sandwich. The girl gave him ham. He takes a bite into it. He goes, "Oh man, I didn't know how to ham out a turkey. Yo, I need a refund. You did this because I'm black." And I'm like, do you understand like how you're regularizing, you're making racism regular? Like the word racist doesn't hold any potency because you can't be a racist for everything, right? And I think that people need racism because if you can't say you're racist, then where is the purpose gone? You know what I mean? Some people like what happens when you take away their ability to call somebody else a racist? When that's the excuse for everything, then what? You have to deal with your problems at that point? Like racism is a terrible, terrible thing, but you can't
Yeah.
lean on racism as an excuse. You can't just say everything is fucking racist because you're taking away from the real issue. I mean, I'll tell you one thing. You go to the fucking Midwest and the South as a white person, you'll see racism.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't really
yeah.
been in the States. The last time I was over in the States legally was in February of 2001 during the Daytona 500. After that, we had 9/11. I wasn't allowed to go into the States. And then I spent 13 days in Seattle, Washington. I was walking down the beach in White Rock, BC. Didn't know that I entered the States. I got called up the hill. I spent 13 days in an INS detention center to get deported back to a country I didn't even know I left. This is how bad it's gotten. You know, 3 years, 4 years before that, I was able to go into the States no problem. I just showed I didn't even need a passport. All I had to do was show my birth certificate, and I think it was $1 or something like that I had to pay because I was walking over. But I just had to pay my fee to go over, and no problem. Now, after 9/11, everybody needed a passport just to leave Canada to go into the States and that. There was all kinds of bullshit. We got more border control, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And I said from the beginning that all this militarized policing started because of 9/11. If you go back and look at our police forces back in the 90s,
Well, of
how
course,
many
there's the
police
policing of that.
forces? Yeah, but how many police forces were walking around with all those big flak jackets on? They got fucking 3 or 4 clips in. They got all this fucking other tools in that. And you never seen that before 9/11.
9/11. No, you didn't.
Well, that's an example. Liberty for security, and people were glad to give it up. They're going to say, "All right, well, you know, I have to give up certain First Amendment rights to make sure that like that's what happens when we galvanize things like racism or like terrorism, and we use those fucking words. We want to scare people. Like, what if this happens again? All right, it's the government's job to make sure it doesn't happen again, not to subjugate and filter our freedoms in fear that it might happen again. Again, liberty is security instead of liberty, and that should never be a fucking question you have to ask. And if you have to ask yourself that question, you deserve neither.
Exactly. And what I don't understand is we have these laws and rules and regulations in every country and that, but yet none of these government agencies want to play by the rules. They want to play by their own rules and expect us to go along with it, and we have to go by what they put down in the Constitution and that. We cannot go outside of that, or we are now put in jail or fined or something like that just for going outside of the rules. But yet the government, that's all they do is go outside of the rules and expect everybody to go along with it.
Remember the example I gave you about how the government are just like children, right? That will relate to every single topic point when bringing up the government. For example, rules. Let's go back to kids. You're playing Monopoly with your child, and they say, okay, well, because I'm the thimble, I get to take all the 50s. Like, no, you don't, you cheating little fucking shit. You don't get to make up your own fucking rules, because if I let you make up that rule, in 2 seconds, you'll own Pennsylvania Avenue and I'll be in jail. That shit ain't going down like that. You know what I mean? When you
Exactly.
let them dictate their own rules and you allow them to get away with it, the first time, shame on them. The first time, it's no shame on them. It's shame on you. Because every single time after that, they did it because you let them.
Yeah. And sometimes in certain situations, we have no choice but to let them do what they're doing, because they have literally guns to our heads telling us, you're doing this or we're putting a fucking bullet in your head. You got no way of getting around that. There's no judge. There's no arbitrator or anything in between those. Look at what happened to that poor lady's son, Caleb. There was no arbitrator or anything there. They just did what they wanted to do then and there.
That's because
on
of the climate
spot.
that we live in. I mean,
Exactly.
it's not. It's presented in this instance that we have no other choice but to do what they said. You know, the one choice, because they have a gun to our head, is to do what they ask. I'll tell you one thing: 300 years ago, they took the fucking bullet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and it doesn't mean that we have to say, okay, we'll take death. That's an extreme example. But what I mean by that is there's always another option. Take the ride, fight.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But then what's the point in fighting if the person that's supposed to defend you and pick up the torch from Ashcan after all his years of hard work, he's not going to go pick it outside the police station for you, because he'll have better luck yelling at a librarian who's telling him he can't film in the children's section.
Yeah.
Because that might get more views.
Yeah.
And it's scary the way it's gone.
Like, if you go through my channel, I have I think I got about 110 videos that I've made and put up on my channel. I have one video that's done over 1,000 views, and it's got about 2,700 views, and that's only because I was arrested in my bedroom illegally. All my other ones I have a couple hundred views, shit like that. Most of our shows get a few hundred views, but that's the only video, and it seems like everybody is looking for that. What do you call it? Struck
Viral
factor video type thing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, well, here's the problem, and again, it relates to us being the catalyst. My biggest video is 1.7 million. But I have 15 videos that are over 250,000 views. 15. Okay? Yeah. Those I do not think are my best videos. Those are videos where I'm giving a cop a verbal ass whooping, right? But the videos where we're covering protest, let's look at this. I think one of the most important videos that I've done, for example, is this woman who lost her son. 1,800 views. That one doesn't have 2 million, 800,000, 700,000, 500,000. It doesn't have the word filming while black in it. It's police. It literally, the title is Police Murder Someone's Son. Government says that's okay. It's our fault. We're the consumer. We decide what's acceptable. And we're saying, yeah, while I might want to watch, I mean, the retention time on that video is about 7 minutes. The retention time on my videos that have serious views, they're watching it 80% of the time, not 5% of the time. And they're watching the videos that really don't matter.
Yeah. And it's like, it seems like, and don't get me wrong, all the subscribers and the people that are viewing and that, please don't take this the wrong way. I appreciate every one of you. But some people, they'll just come in, they'll see that you're live, they'll come in for a couple minutes, click the like button, and then they're gone. And they don't get the story that you're trying to put out there in that. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate the likes and views in that. But I'm not here for likes and views. I'm here to get the message out, and I'm here to help other YouTubers. Simple as that. I don't care if I don't gain another sub. If I know that I'm out there and I'm putting out the content that I'm trying to put out and trying to get the word and people's messages out, and I'm able to help other YouTubers get their message out there, even if it's only by putting it out to maybe 2 or 3 other people that they may not be sub to, then I know that I've done my job. And, it's all I can do now is, do stuff like this, maybe do the odd film here and there, but this is where I have to do my protesting and everything now.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own platform, and if you're that person that's just coming in to hit a thumbs up, that's okay. You're helping that algorithm, and you're helping YouTube push it up to other people. And I have no shame in saying that I do care about the clicks and views, because this is my job. From the moment I filmed my first video, I've worked nothing else. I can provide a legal and sustainable income for my family, which is an important part of this. But no one, for the most part, I think 99% of YouTubers, they don't pick up a phone and start filming a video and say, this is going to be, profitable for me, right? Like, the reason I got into this and I pulled out my phone and I started filming that first cop is because I had enough and I cared about my rights. That hasn't changed. I care about the clicks and views because that's how we get the message out there. And great. For not for nothing, that video was 2 million fucking views. I got 10,000 subscribers off it. So that's 10,000 new people that can hear about this woman losing her son. So you got to take it in stride and figure it out. But it doesn't, whether you're for clicks and views or you're not, it doesn't matter what you're for, as long as you're for it for the right reasons.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, we're not here for clicks and views. That's not what we're here for. That's all.
No.
That's it.
Welcome,
That's it. That's
people.
all I wanted to do.
You big eyeball.
You're right. No, I just wanted to seriously just throw out the joke and tell you all much love. I've been lurking, so I completely agree with you guys. Yeah. So that's it. That's all I wanted to do was show my love and throw a joke out there. But
Thank you, much love, brother.
You people, thank you for sharing that video. I actually, like, a perfect point now that you're up here is I had 3 different people reach out to me and be like, yo, you people's restreaming your video. You can strike them for that. You should have those people watching in your room. And I said to him, one of the person I spoke to, I said, first of all, he asked me. Secondly, I've made it clear that anyone can share my shit if it's to try and help other people. But those 10 people that were in his room, those 20 people, 30 people, those are 10, 20, 30 people now that know about this case, that can help pick up the flag and help pick up that fucking torch, whether it's from Ashcan or it's from me. I don't care who takes the message. And I told that woman, have you got someone that comes to you that has more subscribers and a bigger audience than I have? I don't have proprietary value on the loss of your son's life. Whoever can help get the story out there, get it out there. I played copyrighted music during the video. I'm not getting paid for that. The point is, we all need to work together, right? It is about clicks and views, because we got 10, 20, 30, however many people are in you people's stream. We got those extra clicks and views, because it's those clicks and those views. Even if it's one person out of all the people that watched on his channel, that's one extra person that's willing to pick up the phone, not for nothing. But there is a very small channel, Car Thief On Scene News, that lives in Springfield, Missouri. And he does First Amendment audits. And he watched that video. He didn't watch it on my stream. He's seen someone else, not you people. Someone else is restreaming it. He contacts me. He says, I'm right up the street. This woman has been going through torture with these cops driving past her house, torturing her because she's putting them out there. So I met him a couple days ago. I introduced him to her on Facebook yesterday. Today, YouTube turns a member of my crew, his wife, Miss Tina, and Car Thief On The Scene News all went out to lunch today.
Right on.
You know what I mean? And I called up the fucking restaurant. I gave him my card number, and I told him put the shit on my card. This is the community that we have, that we can use for good. You're bringing people who don't know each other from across the country, and now all 4 of them are sitting down having barbecue. And you know what happened when they walked out that door? A fucking Springfield police officer, an undercover, rolled in and saw Miss Tina, started lurking, getting closer, and intimidating her. But they were expecting one thing. They were expecting her to walk alone like she always did, so they can employ their fear tactics. Not expecting that 3 people would walk out behind her, one would pull out a camera, get his car, his face, and his tags, and say, fuck your law, I'm recording you anyways. And what did they do? They ran. Like, not for nothing, people, but we're putting you on notice. Not me, not you people, not the Chad, not Ashton. We the people are putting you guys on fucking notice. And we can't, 4 people can do that in a town that's corrupt as that. on a worldwide platform like YouTube, we can make a fucking difference.
Yes.
Here, here.
Well,
and
I gotta say,
sorry.
Josh, I'm kind of surprised that somebody would tell you to strike me. I mean, but I mean, that's you know what we got going on. But I would hope that everybody would understand that I did tell everybody before before he even started that they should go over to his channel, and they should be watching
that's
on
the
his
problem.
channel.
People are
Any
thinking
questions? Any questions that were brought to me about it, I was like, go over to AFA's channel and ask him. This is his story. I'm just restreaming it. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I told everyone else. This isn't even my story, that's her story. But the reason I share that with you is because
Right.
that's the primary thought process is, hey, Josh, you're working on a story where someone's kid was shot dead in his own fucking yard, and they admitted that they did it, and nothing happened. That's great
Wow.
content. Strike that dude so he can't steal it. That should
Yeah.
not be the first concern, right?
Right.
And the person that did it has over 100,000 subscribers. So that's what we need to get away from. Like, we need to share each other's videos. Now, if someone's taking a video that you have 10,000 views on, and they're putting it out there as their own intellectual property, and that's one thing. But we're talking about improving this community for the better, and we're all working together. I mean, it starts with you restreaming my video, me restreaming your video, and now this woman ain't alone anymore. Like, you have any idea how powerful it is? I'm expecting a picture of the dessert that I sent these people. Instead, I get a picture of 4 strangers giving a middle finger to the camera, and then a picture of a cop's license plate. He was like prey, expecting for that little wildebeest to walk out by itself, or that little calf to come out by itself, and all of a sudden it's surrounded by a fucking herd. Yeah, and he fucking could not get out of there fast enough. And these are people that had never met each other, all met up to have lunch. I mean, that's a beautiful story that this can bring people together like that. Yeah. We all owe it to each other.
Definitely.
Do you know who Robert Bodell is, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. When that story first broke on YouTube, Wile E. Coyote was the one who broke it. And him and I were doing the panel with Robert that night. And we tried everything to get this story out. In November on Remembrance Day, I had him up on my Remembrance Day show. Just before that, I did a show strictly on him and what he went through. So it went from a small one to a small one to a bigger one to a bigger one. It got to the point that NC Tyrant Hunter, Jeff is here, has done something on it. If I'm not mistaken, San Joaquin Valley Transparency has done something on it, and a bunch of other people. And now this story finally got out there. And so we're hoping that with what was going on and with all this information, the guy was going to fucking do suicide by cop. That's why we did the show to begin with. He was going to do suicide by cop because he wasn't going to go to court or anything. And, we managed to convince him into going and getting this dealt with. But the guy's looking at doing 10 years in jail for assault of a police officer that he didn't do anything for. Little channels like mine, like I have under 1,000 subscribers. I'm probably one of the smallest ones in Canada when it comes to channels and doing this kind of stuff.
You're in the middle.
Oh, well, no. Every other person out there, Epic Cop Watch has more than I do. Orange Man Audits, Canadian Rights Media, Canadian Rights Review, all those, they all have, there might be a couple. But that's what I mean. Like a small channel like me can make a difference because of the people that I'm sub to. Or that are sub to me.
It works its way back up the chain. I mean,
exactly.
We might say because you have a couple thousand subscribers, I have 74,000 and 20 million views, right?
Yeah.
So I'm the big channel, right? Dude, I had fucking John Felax sharing my video. He's got 250,000 subscribers. I had High Impact Flicks in my chat. On his secondary channel, he's got 500,000. You know what I mean? Like it's then I become the small channel. So you're absolutely right. It kicks itself back up the ladder because I might be a big channel to you, but I'm not a big channel to them. And that's the type of stuff in this community that's important. I mean, when you see a channel show up in your chat and it's highlighted in gray and it has that little check mark because it's certified through YouTube that it has over 100 million views, and they're like, hey man, great story, share this on Facebook. Well, like people are like, holy shit, they're surprised in the chat. I'm not. I'm reaching out to people. I know these people. I don't know high impact flicks. That was a surprise, and I appreciate him coming in. But you know, this is a community in the sense that if I needed to call Freeman or Sam Joaquin or Disorderly Product News or Chuck Bronson, like I can do that. I've worked with some of them. You know, it's okay. You're not giving up the story. You're spreading awareness, right?
Right.
And then when San Joaquin does what he's really good at doing, saying, hey, I got this story. By the way, go to Ashamed Canadian and tell him San Joaquin sent you. You know what I mean? That's how we progress this. It's fine if you don't. You just have to push it down the road.
And he actually done that for me too. When I was arrested again in my bedroom, he did a video on me. It's an 8-minute video. It's on his channel still. It's got almost 50,000 views.
Yep.
That one
He's done
video
a couple of my videos, and I always yell at him like, Dave, the fucking video you share of someone throwing gum on the ground, the cop steps on it, gets stuck in his shoe, that gets millions of views. And then every time you put up a video of me, it gets like 50,000, 40,000. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But, and like I tell everybody, and when I signed up on YouTube, I seen that along the bottom there, we have a like, we have a dislike, we have a share button. On every channel, it has that. So I took it to the point where if that button is there to be able to share, anything that I have on my channels is shareable. Period. I'm not about to strike anybody for sharing any of my shit. I might give you shit if you try and go after me and say that, you know, make up some stupid fucking bullshit or that. I might come after you then. But if you're just sharing the videos to get them out there, to get the word out there, I will never strike anybody. And I encourage people all the time to share my stuff. I'm not I can't even, I don't even have enough watch time or subscribers to be oh, 1 second, to be monetized, but I'll be right back, folks. Someone at my door. One minute.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, sorry about that. My wife needed a little bit of help with one of her videos. So
all right. Welcome to the You People in the Chad show.
So you people one we always like to have up. He's a good guy. You know, we don't have a problem with you people coming up and chatting. And
great guy, terrible singer.
I completely agree.
I went over to your channel, Josh, and gave a like, but I was watching it majority of the time. I was watching it on you people's. You know,
awesome, and that's what we got to do. Like, you know, for example, let's just put this out there. You people is doing a stream now. It's unfortunate because people that watch me, for the most part, they watch me to tell cops off. So that's why when I'm telling a cop off, that video gets hundreds of thousands and millions of views. But when I'm doing some work like this woman having her son killed, it doesn't get a lot of views. So people, when they come to that channel, they want to know what that's about. But I still started before I had 74,000 people. It was just me, right? So I still am an important part of my own channel. So if you people's watching something and I want to restream his show because I find it interesting, even if only 100 or 150 or 200 people or 50 people are in there, you know what I mean? Those people are now going to his channel. So when something happens and he presses that live button or he's doing something, he's got more voices to carry his message. I mean, no one should be afraid to share in the profit if the profit is equal rights, balanced measures, and freedoms.
Right.
Yeah. And like I was trying to say, like my channel is not monetized. I don't have enough watch time or subscribers. I don't even have half the amount of hours I need to go, let alone subscribers. So,
Hey, 4,000, right?
but even you need 4,000 hours. I think I'm at 1,270 hours or something like that.
So I don't. People don't
728 subs.
understand how much work goes into this fucking shit. Because on my main channel, I got my watch hours. I was monetized after 2.5 weeks. From my first video, I had the monetization approval after 2.5 weeks. And
Wow.
and now I got my backup channel where I'm doing hours and hours, like 2-hour long live streams. And I think right now I'm at like, maybe like 700 watch hours. Like people don't realize, like you get lucky. You know what I mean? Some people just get lucky. People don't realize the hard work that goes into it. And like Ashcan said, his end goal is not monetization, but the algorithm is going to push you more if you're making the money. So that should be a goal. And people don't realize how hard it is to get to that fucking finish line. Like when I tell people that it took me 2.5 weeks, they're like, it took me 2 years. It took me 6 months. I just got lucky. That luck doesn't usually happen. And if you can hit the thumbs up and the thumbs down, like instead of just hitting the thumbs up and leaving, hit the share button. I mean, and don't share it on Facebook because the analytic picks that shit up. Share it on Discord because when the content creator looks at their analytics and their external sources, they can see where it's being shared. Now, if Ashcan is live right now, and I go live on my channel, and I get 200 people in that live, and I say, everyone go to Ashcan right now. YouTube doesn't know that I sent them there. They just know for some reason he's got a shit ton of people in his chat, and they're going to push that video because I supported him. That's what we need to do, support each other.
Exactly.
Oh my God. We just reached an all-time high. I'm sorry, like I've never seen this many people sitting in our chat right now.
Nice.
No offense.
Awesome.
But I appreciate every one of you guys.
Tony F, what's up?
We've had
Ice Cold Audits is in the house. Sci-Fi Bride, Good Citizen Media, Gorilla Circle, Nigel. These are all really good people, and I appreciate every one of them. And I appreciate you too, Josh, just for coming and being able to do this show with us today. And of course, we still have John Hobbs here. We have Living Skies, and we have the lovely Banana Anna in the house here
stop
too.
it! Don't you make her head explode? I don't know that person. Who's that?
She's been here since the beginning. I mean, we got to give her mad love on that. And that you people has been here since the beginning.
Yeah. And Epic Cop Watch just said that he shared my live. We have NE Fan in here still. So, and we have Princess Pie plays bass. Good to see you, my dear. And I hope to talk to you soon.
She's wonderful. I love watching her videos.
Princess Pie, the bass player.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I watch all of her videos. I'm subbed to her. I've watched every single one of them. She does some good work.
Don't mention it.
She doesn't cop watch, but she plays a hell of a bass. Let me tell you.
Yes, and like I said, like that's why I have another channel. And the Sidekicks channel was
she doesn't have a big head.
Email me. Oh yeah, I did. I will again. Right after the show, dear. I will. But shit, now I forget what I was saying. This is the problem with the brain injury. I don't know if
the Sidekicks.
You're talking about the Sidekicks channel.
Yes. Okay. Just I heard you the first time. No. See, I forget what I'm talking about again. And this is a problem that I have, Josh, is that when I get interrupted and stuff like that because of the brain injury, I took a really bad beating by the Toronto police where I spent 3 months in the hospital recuperating. I had 5 cops put in jail and sued them successfully. But part of that was that I had to leave the province of Ontario for my own safety. and this is why I get a lot of forgetfulness and stuff like that. I have my head split open, 15 stitches in my lip here, 7 in the side of my nose, cracked my orbital bone in 3 spots, broke my jaw, broke 4 teeth, broke 6 ribs, broke my left arm, broke my pelvis, and broke both of my legs, and left me at a beach in my underwear to die. And it was all caught on CCTV. It's the only way
I don't know if you guys heard, because I was following it in the chat. You know the channel Schrodinger's Cat? He's one of those troll channels that does videos on First Amendment guys. They call us frauditors and parasites and all that shit. He's got 140,000 subscribers. He passed away.
Oh,
they put it on about 50 minutes ago. They put out that he passed away. A couple people mentioned it in the chat. Now, and I will say, people can hate me for it, as I do not wish death upon anybody. I don't think that I don't know the circumstances of his death, and it is terrible that he passed away. But I will say that I don't feel bad. You know what I mean? The First Amendment is a beautiful thing, and the people that are out there fighting for that First Amendment, you're talking shit about the First Amendment, but you're fine with us fighting for that First Amendment right for you to go out and put videos dogging the First Amendment and the people that, battle every day losing their life. So, I don't wish death upon anybody at all. Put that out there, and I'm sure the hate chatter will start going, but couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Yeah. There's a few that I don't wish death on anybody either. I had it wished on me. I
don't want anybody to die. That's not. I'm not saying I'm happy that he's dead. I'm just saying when people that are losing their freedom and their lives, and you call them parasites because they don't blow cops, and then this type of shit happens to you. Like, I've been on a couple of his videos. You know what I mean? I won't be on any more.
No. And it's. But then again, I heard the same thing about the Masshole report.
Yeah, they suck too.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Epic. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Epic's defending his Russian girlfriends that he sends over to us all the time.
How much did he charge for them?
I had to time it out one more time because of the outburst. Because he called me a tyrant.
No, what I tell people now is if you see those Russian or whatever you want to call them, what I do is I thank them for stopping in. I really appreciate the view, and I appreciate the watch time. So if you want, you can come in all you want. You can do this. It doesn't bother me. I could really use the views right about now and the watch time to get these, to get it into that algorithm a little bit better. So,
you watch. I just talked shit about a dead man.
Sorry, what was that?
I just talked shit about a dead man. You watch. Your chat's gonna kick up any second.
Yeah.
We're in Discord talking about it right now. You better come up with your explanation for how you could even allow someone like me on panel.
Shame on you. Shame letting him up on panel talking shit like that. What's the matter with you, man?
I don't know. Fucking Epic Cop Watch don't like you people. I don't know what's up with that.
He's mad because I keep timing out his girlfriends.
Yeah. Those Russians.
His girlfriend?
Russian, but
which girlfriend are we talking about?
Russian.
Which girlfriend are we talking about? What's his name?
No. It's all those links that they put in, those weird links, the RENT ones, and
those are porn.
Just shows,
those are his girlfriends.
Those are Epic's girlfriends. I just tell people just don't go onto those links. But let them come in and, say hi to them. Thank them for showing up, because I said, like you said too, that one click could put it into a different algorithm to put it out to more people too. So they want to do stuff like that, by all means, thank you.
So
That's all I can say. Yeah.
Ash, I think it's a little fun to have a little tiny bit of fun with AFA though. See if he can beat the record. See if he can beat the current record that we have on our show. How
Which
many
record?
Canadian activists can AFA name?
Oh shit!
No help from you people.
All right. No help from me, man. Sorry.
Is it
I'm out
just
of this one.
Canadian, or is this encompassing
Yes.
of all of?
Just Canadian.
It's just Canadian. Dirty Mike, first and foremost.
I'm going to give you a clue. Here's a clue.
No, I know a couple.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, you got Epic Cop Watch. Of course, you got Shame Canadian. You got Epic Cop Watch. You got Jason Goddett. You got Orange Man Audits. You got there's some channel called like Ottawa something.
Oh, there's Epic Cop Watch Ottawa.
No, I got Epic. It's another one. There's someone with Ottawa in the name. Dirty Mike doesn't count. How many did I name? I think I named 5, didn't I?
You got 5 so far.
I mean, I can tell you, like, if you ask me to name 20 auditors, I probably can't do it. I mean, to be honest with you, other than the people that I work with, that I have personal respect for, that I've had some sort of friendship with, I mean, it's pretty crazy that I can even name 5 from Canada, because I probably can't name 20 globally.
Well, there's 2.
Well, we got a big one in the house right now.
We got haven't seen in a while.
Wow.
Yes.
Gee, that hasn't been in a while. There's 2 in the chat right now you can name, and there's one on the panel that you missed.
I don't know who the chat is. Who's that?
No, but we have
no. The Chad is not even the Chad. It's just a split personality of Joe Pesci.
You know, I was trying to think of the guy's name, and that's what it is. He looks just like fucking Joe Pesci.
You know what the problem is with YouTube is that, for example, like I've had some moderators since the beginning of my channel that have for years, right? So you look at someone's fucking thumbnail, and even though you know the Chad is not the chick from Twilight, that's just the face that you've now associated with this person, right? So when you finally see their face 6 months, a year, 2 years later, and it's some like old man with warts on his face, you're like, I can't believe I said hearts at the end of that message. That's bullshit. Oh, never mind. He's better looking than Joe Pesci. He's got that. You got that, Chad. I've seen the Chad's face. Slow Burner does. Then there's times when people don't look like their voice. Like Slow Burner doesn't look like his voice. Any fan doesn't look like his voice. Danny Williams looks nothing like his voice.
No,
exactly.
No.
Yeah. Well,
I get that quite a bit too. So.
One of the other ones you missed. You I'll say it this way: you didn't beat the record, AFA. The record is 8, and that's held by the lovely M Star. You missed Living Skies. Was one that you missed.
Oh, I know Living Skies too.
Yeah.
I suck.
And where'd he go? And the one
Canadian Rights Review.
Canadian Rights Review.
And then there's
we haven't want to shout out to here because we haven't seen. Yeah.
No, the Ottawa one wasn't. It's not. It's not. I know Epic. I know who Epic is, and it wasn't him. It was like some really small channel, because I go in search of like really small channels. I'll do First Amendment audit, then I'll write like other countries, other provinces, other states. And it was like some Ottawa Rights Observer or something like that. It wasn't Epic.
Ottawa Rights Review. He's in here. That's Canadian Rights Review.
That's Canadian Rights Review.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also
back around too.
Yeah, there's also a new one that I found. It's called Rise of the Falls, and he's from Smith Falls, Ontario, which is just outside of Ottawa. They're town of probably the biggest grow op in Canada.
Okay, so when you look it up, First Amendment Audit Canada, there's a channel called KICKZ. He's got 5.6 thousand views on one video. There's Canadian Rights Media.
Yeah.
There's Accountability Camera. You know Accountability Camera?
Yep.
There's Orange Man Audits. Of course, we know Orange Man. He's a good guy.
Josh,
you did my avatar for me.
Yeah.
Why didn't you do this to begin with?
You people.
Because that's cheating the fucking system. He asked me like who I know.
Hey, your camera wasn't on. They didn't know. Shh.
because here's the thing. Then they'd be like, oh well, of that person, which video do you like? I don't fucking know. I've never seen their video. I'm scrolling through YouTube. Like I know
we're not gonna throw you under the bus that bad, Josh. Okay.
Canadian Rights Review says.
Listen, I'll tell you. Let's see if I can even name fucking 20 auditors, just because. Like now, I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna knock 5 off my list just for the 5 I already gave. So that makes my list. Well, I'm gonna name myself. I'm gonna name myself because that knocks off another one. So that puts me at 6. Then and I'm going to include even the shitty ones. I'm not going to tell you which ones I think are shitty, but I'm just going to throw them in there. You got Sam Joaquin Valley Transparency, Sam Joaquin News Network. I'll kill 2 just for there's 2 channels. Lackluster, High Impact Flicks. Let's see, it's hard. Disorderly Product News, Direct D, Cameras Everywhere. Cameras of Mass Destruction, Chuck motherfucking Bronson, Chuck Bronson Live. See, now I'm cheating naming two channels. And what that put me at 10?
That's 10.
Jesus Christ. PayPal Patrick for sure. Auditing America. Fuck.
Well, you definitely named quite a few. I'll say that. I have to say, everybody
12.
give them around.
Breaking the Flaw.
12,
Breaking the Flaw. Upstate Audits. What's the other guy up from Long Island Audits?
Yeah.
Gavin Syme, Josh Freeman.
Yeah.
Prince Vegeta News Network. Now I'm trying to think of anyone I've ever filmed with. Am I at 20 yet?
You're probably close.
18.
Notably Nova.
Yeah.
I've given you a hint to one you haven't named yet. Look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Fuck, almost every one of them on there.
M-Star Media, of course. The beautiful M-Star. All right,
and then you got American Amy, you got Accurate Amanda, you got Jody Cat Media, you got Big Nick.
Big Nick,
Accountability. You got Rights Crispy. You got Wolfie Gladly, Texas Sheepdog, to Justin Pulliam, Ice Cold Audits, Melvin, Keeper of the List, Gorilla.
Paul from fucking. Oh my God, why am I? He's a buddy of mine too. It works with Rights Crispy. News Now South Florida. Oath Accountability Project.
James Freeman.
Tucson Lori, Tuck Police Suck, Mexican Padilla.
Oh yes.
You get the Eric Brandt, of course, PDF.
But like I found another new one here in Canada, and that they actually streamed that protest yesterday. I tried to restream it, but my computer was being screwy. But he's called Free Bird Media Canada, out of Toronto.
Free Bird.
And I have checked a little bit of his work. He does a lot of stuff like that, film protests and shit like that. So, I've given him. He may even be on the show coming up here soon. And and we have Orange Man Audits, BC Paul, News Now Canuck, News Now Victoria, Not So Silent, Canadian Rights Review.
See, someone says Press New Hampshire Now. Like he's come out pretty recently, so I wasn't even aware of him. But again, another person. Like that's what I'm talking about. How like the generations change. because he's kind of like the new OG, and he's only been around for a year. That's the turnover rate in this business. But American Amy, she's awesome too. She's one of my mods. You know who used to be good? What was her freaking name? Just a little jaded. She was like everyone's mod.
Yes.
She did a couple videos.
Yeah. And you know, you even got cammed up caveman.
You know who I haven't
AZ
seen?
Unfiltered.
I haven't seen You Been Trolled, and I haven't seen Tint Your Lights in quite some time.
I've never heard of them.
They were Arizona supporters. You've Been Trolled was an auditor, or is an auditor, but I haven't heard from him in like forever. I haven't even seen him in anybody's chats. But last I heard, he wanted to do an audit with his AR, like right in front of the police station too. So I don't know how well that worked out, but
I got a question for you. I haven't seen them in a while. I have an upcoming, hopefully an upcoming interview with the chief of police here. And I'm trying to think of like some of the questions that should be asked. And I'm trying to get the consensus on whether I should do it on a live show or should I record it and put it out later. Because of what would happen in chats and stuff like that when they see that he's the chief of police here, the chats may go fucking just stupid.
Well,
or they may be
that's not a
respectful.
static video. That's not really a static video because, I mean, the problem is when you're doing a live stream, you have concurrent viewers. So while you have 115 people watching, say, live at one point in time, that number rises and falls, but it's concurrent. If you're doing something, if you're ever doing an interview, people are only going to watch 30% of your video. You know what I mean? They're not going to see most of the interview. I would do it on a live stream, and I would make sure you advertise the hell out of it. Reach out to other people, have them advertise, and let people know that, like, I mean, make sure you never want to, for your credibility, you never want to fuck over the person that you're interviewing. You have to give them a little bit of a protection cushion. But I would let people come up and ask them questions. Like, you let them know, hey, listen, people come up and ask you questions. But you want the people that are like, listen, the state of police in America, some guy's getting shot. This happens, that happens. What are you going to do to change it? Why are you better than the rest? Those are the questions you want asked. But more so, those are the questions that you want answered. So I would do a live stream about that. And I would also see if you can get, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I would also see if you could get someone to conduct it for you. Like maybe like shoot for the stars a little bit and see if you can get someone like Sam Joaquin or like a big channel, not on their channel, on your channel. You know what I mean? Because then you can use that person's name to pull more asses in the seats, especially if it's something personal to you where you want to get awareness around. So you get someone like a San Joaquin to come do it. So then he can tell everyone on his channel that he'll be hosting this on your channel. So all his people are going to go watch your channel. You're going to pull in their viewership so they can, and get someone that's got a little bit of mouth to them, and that's not going to give them layup questions, and it'll also give the air of partiality because they have no real personal stake in it. So it'll make it seem a little bit. I would try and pull something like that, especially if you want to get some butts in the seats.
Yeah. Like I've tried to get a hold of AFA, or not AFA, sorry, Sam Joaquin.
AFA is an asshole. He doesn't pick up the phone.
No, actually, I remember before I go on to this, you were on a live stream, and this is before you went in, and you said to send me your phone number and I'll call you right now or something. So I sent you my phone number, and you're not allowed to call out of country apparently, or you weren't anyways. So, and this was all on your live stream. You were actually trying to call me that day.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. but you couldn't get through because you couldn't call long distance.
Oh yeah, that was my last stream. I had like 500 people in that chat. I had
Yeah.
a lot to drink, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'll call anybody." I had
Yeah.
I got crucified because some 14-year-old kid came up on my panel to and they're like, "He's grooming this kid to go say fuck you to the police. This is terrible."
Oh shit!
But it just dawned on me. I remembered that was like, oh fuck, well over a year ago. And so this goes to show you how long that I've actually been following you. But when it comes to San Joaquin Valley, for the last 7 months, I've been trying to get a hold of him. I wanted to.
Did you email him?
I've emailed him. I've left messages in almost every one of his videos. I've messaged Natescape 182 and his other son, also Sam Joaquin.
Do you know them, or are you just messaging them?
I don't really know them, but they did a video on me, and their video hit almost 50,000 views. You'd think that at least they'd say hi, right?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I have a lot of videos that did 50,000 views, and when I look at 50,000 views, I don't look at right. But what I'm saying is, for him, that's not like a successful video. You know what I mean? Like that sounds like shit to say that. I'm not saying your video wasn't great. I didn't even see the video, but for him, with 330-something thousand subscribers and 100 million, dude, his backup channel has 100,000 subscribers, right?
Yeah.
So that's not. Firstly, that's not a lot of views for him. Secondly, he's still in his company, so he's owned by somebody else. So a lot of that is filtered out. I mean, I can put something out there, see if I can get you in touch with them.
Yeah, like I really would like to do something like that. Like you were saying, use a person like Sam Joaquin on my channel to talk with them.
I mean, I don't think he would do it. I was just putting that as like a name out there to give like an example, because I don't think
this is what I run into a lot with a lot of the bigger channels that I've been trying to talk with. High Impact Flicks, I've emailed him 50 times over the last year, never received one, not even a anything, acknowledgement or nothing that he's gotten my email. So I finally met Wrights Crispy.
He's easy to contact. I prank call him all the time.
But I met him finally. He came up on one of my panels when we had M-Star Media on. So I actually got to sit and talk with him. The guy's a nice guy. And he seems busy though. I've never really tried to contact him too much. I've asked once or twice about him doing the show. But
see, here's the problem. These people are like my friends. So like when I have a panel, Wrights Crispy came on my panel naked. Like he was in the shower drinking a beer. He came on my panel naked. So that's why, like, you don't see a lot of these people like, if I need to, like, I did an interview, I had John Felix come up, or like if I need Big Nick, I had come up. Like if I need to do that, it's not a problem. It's a phone call away. But like I prank call this guy just because I'm bored at 3:00 in the afternoon. So, I mean, but then again, like, you have to understand the amount of emails. I always, from the very beginning until right now, I always like to think that I'm pretty good at, I read all the emails, I get back if I can, and if I need help, even when I was away, I had people responding. But, you know, we can get anywhere upwards of 50 to, depending if we just had a 2 million video go out, where, you know, we're getting 1,000 emails a day. A lot of stuff's in spam. A lot of us set our stuff where if it's not a person in our contact list, we don't get the emails. So, I mean, it's nothing to take personally. We're calling you out, but it's nothing to take personally. If you need to get a hold of somebody, reach out to me, and most likely I have their number in my phone and I can make a phone call if it's something of importance.
That's awesome.
And like I got a little bit of a list of auditors and that. I have their email addresses and phone numbers in case I got to get a hold of them. And you can ask anybody, even my co-host here. I do not give out phone numbers or anything unless I get strict permission from that person and have an email or a text message verifying it. I do not give out phone numbers to anybody. It's just the way I am.
8675309.
And believe it or not, that's the number to Taylor Ford in Moncton, New Brunswick. You call 506-857-5309, you get Taylor Ford.
Yeah, I used to have so much fun with that as a kid. I would put the beginning 3 digits prefix, and I would just be like, "Hi, is Jenny there?" And they're like, "Oh, really? You think you're the first person? That song came out in the fucking 80s, and you think you're the first dumb asshole to call me and ask if Jenny's here? No, and her number wasn't written on the wall. Go fall downstairs with razor blades in your hands." Yeah.
Yeah.
But seriously, if you need to get a hold of somebody, depending on the level of, like, if it's someone that I talk to regularly, it's like a really good friend, like Bronson or Crispy or something like that. Like, I'll most likely be speaking to them on a daily basis in a passing conversation. But if someone that I know that I can make immediate contact with, and it's of some importance, you have my email address, you have my Facebook. Reach out to me, and if I can't directly reach out to them, I can call someone that can call them to get right back to me.
Right on. You don't know how much I appreciate that. And again, this show is not about, I would like to get a few more subscribers every now and again, but this show is more about the guest and helping them get their voice out there. So, but I appreciate every little bit of help because I'm trying to build this and help other YouTubers. Just by getting this message out about this lady and what we've been talking about today. We had a high of 30 people coming in through here. I'm not sure what the analytics are right now, but I can imagine we probably hit well over 300 people come through here already. So that means that there's been over 300 people that viewed it and seen this and may have go back and check it out in its entirety, and also check out the links and the stories in that of the guests. So, and that's why through the whole thing, like if you notice along the ticker there, we have like, share, and subscribe to Accountability for All, and we have your YouTube channel up there. And that,
I posted you on my community page as well. So,
right on.
Oops. Let me make sure it's there because I'm like multitasking right now. Yeah, and I tagged you in it as well.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Parents encourage you to
be careful with certain AFA subscribers. We can be crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
No
especially,
offense, but
especially a few.
No, I've had my share of a little bit of problems with a couple of the AFA crew. Almost 99.9% of them, I still get along with.
Which ones don't you like? I don't like some of them either, and they're my crew. Which ones don't you like?
Well, one of them you even told me is a good friend of yours.
Which one?
And that's Cameron's Mass Destruction.
Oh yeah, Cameron's a good buddy of mine. But I can see a lot. Not everyone likes. He's an acquired taste. Not everyone likes Escargot either.
Yes, and it all had to do over a certain YouTuber that nobody likes anymore.
Was that Dirty Mike?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a piece of flaming shit in a bag.
So yeah, before all of this happened in that, I actually used to go on the Dirty Mike show all the time. That's how I was building up my channel.
I remember, yeah.
So, and everything was fine until he wished death upon Sarah, and then he wished that I had another heart attack. And that's what kind of inspired the song for NE to write that song.
Dirty.
You got it.
Hands.
Because
filthy stinking hands, Mike.
And then he does it to Epic, but that's where I kind of started, was working around and hanging around him. We were doing the panels. I thought everything was going fine. We were talking about pot, everything. We were talking about different videos, and then we get porn bombed by Cameron's Mass Destruction.
Wait, did he do it on Dirty Mike or on you?
He did it on Dirty Mike.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
But at that point, I was still friends and working with Dirty Mike, and I thought, I got to stick up for the guy. And I went and did a live right away, saying what happened to Dirty Mike and that who had porn bombed him. And about a week later, on Brian's NNE's channel, Brian asked me to come up, so I come up, and Cameras was there, and I'd mentioned this to Brian right on live panel why he was there, and told him the whole thing, and word for word what happened and that, and then Cameras just literally dropped off, and I haven't heard from him since.
He's been doing good work lately. I mean, he used to just porn bomb with the black penises, but like we talked, race is a huge topic, so he now also porn bombs with white penises as well. It's no longer excluded to color, but you know, you can just make fun of him. He was just recently dating a cop. Cameras a mass destruction. He's a cop.
He's a cop.
No, he's not a cop. I'm just talking shit. He was recently.
I know.
The girl he was dating recently was a cop, though.
Oh.
I mean, listen. I think it's great because you really bring action to the saying "fuck the police." I mean,
everybody needs to fuck a peg every now and again, right?
Fuck the police. So we told him to like say a lot of things. We're like, hey, Cameras, when you're banging her, ask her for her name and her vag number.
My favorite one, Josh. My favorite one was the KY jelly for the fucking bat suit. That was my favorite, Josh.
Or when he's banging her and she says she's about to finish, pull out and be like, I'm not giving you any more until you get me your supervisor. There's a whole list of things. What else did we tell him? What else did we tell him to do? Oh, just punch her in the face, and she'll right when you're banging her, punch her in the face, and when she's like, "Why'd you do that?" You could be like, "No justice, no peace." Not promoting, not promoting domestic violence. But another term of phrase I found this interesting, and I shared it. Then I got to go in a minute, but so do you remember the saying, the rule of thumb?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that? Like, oh, the rule of thumb is. So, like, I'm big into like where these coined phrases come from. So I looked into it, and in a different generation, up until the very early 1900s, actually, the rule of thumb came from where if your wife was misbehaving, you could take a stick and you could beat her with it. And when she called the police, as long as the stick was not wider than your thumb, you have not committed a crime. So then the saying goes, oh, it's a rule of thumb. Like, you know, I just thought that was interesting. Like, people, like, if you go to like a human resources class at work and they're like, hey, listen, don't over pour that drink. Follow the rule of thumb. Like, why is it acceptable that we're using what makes domestic abuse okay by making it a popular phrase? But I thought that was funny. Maybe Jake observed the rule of thumb when he was hitting that cop with his penis.
Yeah. Well, I know with myself, the first time I met you, AFA, I was actually on actually Slows, I believe, or Epics, one of them anyway.
It was Slows, yeah.
But it was Slows, yeah.
Oh, shit.
That was the first time I met you, and
Yeah, I met you were on. Now was it Slows or was it Epics? I'm pretty sure it was Slows. And then I've seen you also in Epics. And then I started watching everyone like ashamed. Like, I started following him after Slows. So that's how I got out there to all the other auditors, because doing, activism, it's like when you're at a restaurant, you don't want to eat where you work. You know what I mean? Like, I don't watch other people's videos. It wasn't until like Slow Burner and Banana Rana and people get me to subscribe to 1,000 fucking subscribers, and now I watch people's YouTube channel all day. What's up, Mr. Diddy? Mr. Diddy's here, and then who else just came over here? Oh, Putin John. What's up, Putin? Thanks for coming over, guys.
Oh, and sorry, we have Plantain in here too.
Oh, the Banana Rana have a good.
Yes.
Oh, I don't even want to know.
Oh, thank you, M Star.
Well,
I love M Star to death. Like I was telling Chad backstage before the show, and I'm sorry, but if I was able to be in the United States, I would probably be charged with stalking because I would be all over M-Star like white on rice.
That's
just saying.
That's a good pickup line. Hey, listen, I want to let you know that if I ever do make it to your country, I will commit several crimes and I will violate several municipal codes so I can eavesdrop on you. What do you think the chances are of getting a coffee?
Damn it. And I thought I was smooth by just saying if I wasn't married, I'd be with her. I mean, damn, I thought that was smooth. Damn, you the man. You got game.
The way I met my wife was I just looked at her and I said, if I followed you home, would you keep me? I'm easy to feed. I just live off box lunches. Bang!
There you go.
Well, I also would be the type of person I'd love to be if I was ever down there in California. M-Star would be definitely one of the first I'd be hitting up to take me out to go auditing with. That's for sure.
See, I know. So all right. So now M-Stars. Now the chat. This is when you have to turn off the Joe Pesci and turn on the real Chad. So now you can do that little eyebrow wiggle and not look the way you people look right now, and you can actually woo M-Star. Oh, geez, you got what's it? You got chaos, moderate chaos. Says AFA sent me. You got accountability for all in the chat. He says AFA sent me, and I'm here for the Chad because he's the resident good-looking guy on this panel. So M-Star, let's make it happen.
So
we've actually had M-Star on our show too, by the way.
Did you see what Banana Anna just put in? M-Star is mine over all of you chicks before dicks.
Listen, that's fine. What we call this is M-Star struck, is what we are. Now here's what we call consolidation of resources. We talked about America, or just any country running a tight ship and being smart and industrious. So this is the consolidation of resources. My girlfriend just said M-Star belongs to her. Now, that's my girlfriend. So by proxy, I've just bypassed all of your dicks and got M-Star for myself, and I didn't even do anything. That's America.
That's America.
AFA said, and what?
Oh, shit. That's about as...
Yeah, I just hope M-Star can take a joke. That's all. I love the girl to death. I've been friends with her for years.
She can, but it depends who tells it. Depends who tells the joke.
Like she was one of my first people on my old Facebook page. I had a group called News Now Canada. I've known her since way back then. I haven't had that channel in a couple of years. The government took it from me, so I've known M-Star for a few years. And
I mean, not for nothing, but pull up that comment that Banana just made, where it says "True Josh" with the smiley face. Let me show you what capitalism is. Let me show you America. This is America.
Oh, true.
This one.
See, that's where it says "True Josh." I'll share her with you. I didn't even have to go out and get M-Star. I just had to keep what I already had. America. We can even say it. Canada, America. No, you put it up.
I just clicked on it too. We just both clicked on it.
Oh.
They're fighting over your girl, bro.
That's fine. Here's the thing. I don't care who's fighting. I just need to be the special guest referee. And I'll tell you something. It ain't going to be the First Amendment that I'm auditing. America.
Oh, I could totally see somebody running and just saying that after every single fucking paragraph. America. That is the next president of the United States right there.
America.
Yeah.
Hey, I need to call Justin Trudeau. Hey, sir, there's someone on the phone for you, Mr. Trudeau. Oh, who is it? America. Oh, no, not America, eh? That's a really bad Canadian accent. I'm sorry.
Eh?
Eh?
But I gotta run because I'm fucking exhausted and I
Oh,
feel
yeah.
like
Right.
trash.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Josh, for coming up and being our guest on the show today.
Now, thank you for having me. It was my pleasure, and you guys are doing awesome fucking work. I shared it on my page, and I'll make sure the next time I'm live, I'll give you guys a shout out because this is the problem. Like if I have nothing to talk about, and I can pull in 100 to several hundred people, there's always someone that has something to talk about that could use those ears to get it out there, and you guys are doing the hard work. So, like I said, I appreciate it. You're welcome up on mine anytime, and any way I can support you, any way I can help you, just let me know. I'm only a message away.
Much love. And
Definitely.
somebody just stopped in here quickly here. Canadian rights.
Yeah, don't worry about me.
How are
AFA
you?
just said he was leaving. I didn't want to jump on his time, so I waited until he said he was leaving. So let's let him finish out, and we can.
No,
talk.
that's it. I thanks everybody,
Okay.
and I'll close with Murica.
Okay, and again, thanks a lot, Josh. And I will see you in the chats, or I'll give you a show or something very soon. So
Absolutely.
and
Have a great night, guys. Thank you.
You too. Thanks, and get well soon, brother.
Right.
So how's it going, guys?
Not bad,
Good.
man. How are you?
I'm
Long
still
time.
here.
Yes.
It's health and life. It's taken me away from the game for a while.
Yeah.
But
All right. I'm just glad you're.
At the time I disappeared, that's when we were having 40 degrees Celsius temperatures out here, and it just,
yes.
and as you guys probably remember, I have diabetes and living with some health conditions. So with that combined with 40-degree temperatures and no air conditioning, kind of did me in for a while. And then you get away from it for a while and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I'm completely out of the loop. I have not been watching the scene at all for the last 6 months. What you were talking about with cameras and mass destruction and Dirty Mike earlier, that's probably about the time I disappeared. So everything since then, I'm completely out of the loop.
You've missed out on a lot.
Yeah. I'm guessing Dirty Mike's is kind of on the outs with everybody now, from what I heard.
Oh yeah.
And I was actually kind of surprised to see you guys were running concurrent with CRM's Sunday show.
Actually,
he's running.
No offense,
he's running a show tonight.
Yeah, he's doing the auditor show with
Nasty. Yeah.
With Nasty. Yeah.
With Nasty. Yeah.
Well, he was actually on our show, and he knows that we do this show every week on Sundays. So he was one of our first guests on the show. So I'm surprised, but hey, I'm not trying to take away any viewers from him or that. And
no. I just I didn't think that at all. I assumed you guys just, for maximizing audience, you would, if you knew he was running, you would probably run it at a different time because he gets a lot of his views, right? That's all. It was. I don't think anybody's trying to take anybody's view. It's just usually the Canadians don't run concurrent.
It's all my fault. You can blame it on me. I've been keeping him up on panel because I'm just that type of guy. Nobody can leave until I leave. You can blame it on me.
It's you people. This is Canadian Rights Review. Canadian Rights View. This is you people. I don't know if you guys have met before or not.
I don't think I've met these guys. No,
I haven't met him, but I've seen a few of his videos, so I like his work.
He's a good man.
What surprised me most since I've been away, I've been poking around a little bit the last couple of weeks, just seeing who's still around and stuff like that. I know I was the one guy in Canada that was kind of talking to all the auditors. I was kind of the hub that was talking to everybody because I review other people's videos, right? I can't believe how many people have disappeared since I fell off the planet. The Canadian Rights ETA gone. Film Canada Press is not doing it. Is he? I haven't seen him.
Yep. He does appear on Epic's channel once in a while.
Okay, but his channel's not going anymore, right?
There's reasons. There's
Okay.
reasons that he's not going right now. A lot of it has to do with everything that came out with 5D and some of his other cop watching videos that he did.
Well, and
That's
this is
why
where I'm out of the loop, right?
Yeah.
I noticed NL's really not doing anything except for posting walks with his kid. Who else? Film Canada Press. He hasn't been posting anything new. The guys in Ottawa, they're just gone. They haven't been posting anything. Everybody just kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
Other than you two, I see Big Ogre. His channel's he's been posting some stuff, and CRM and Newsnut Victoria. That's about it.
Oh, we got 3 down here. Who else is in here coming up? Stuffy Dubs. Okay. Well, normally about this time, Ash, we would be, or our guest is gone. We would be going backstage, but I don't know what's going on with your mic, Ash.
Yeah, you're showing is muted. You're showing is muted.
Hold on, I'm having some connection problems here, folks.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had some problems here. I kicked the wire out of my mic and my computer's all getting screwy, but we're all back again. And we have a couple of guys down below here. We got and we have Stumpy Nubs. Now that Josh and that part of the show is over, we can bring up other people here now, and we can just do like a regular panel here. It just as long as people don't talk over each other and a little bit of respect, let's have some fun. What the fuck? What's up, guys?
Hey, Ash Ken, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Right on. Right on.
I just got in here and just missed Josh. But what?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was going on? Can you sort of synopsis?
Well, at the beginning with Josh, he covered his story about a woman in Missouri where her son was killed by the police.
Right.
They admitted to all of it and they're not being held accountable for it. They got away with basically an execution of her son for no reason whatsoever.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So if you can, just go over to Josh's at AFA, Accountability for All, and check out his latest live stream that he did. It's with a girl named Tina Slay Richardson. And it'll be about how the DEA killed her son. It'll mention DEA and stuff like that in the video. It was kind of heartbreaking, actually, too.
Oh, well, all of them are really, but this was probably pretty tough to take. Can you hear me all right?
Well, the mother, that's his mother. This guy by the name of Caleb Slay. He was the guy that was killed, only 25 years old, and his mother has been working with Josh here, trying to get out her story about how these cops literally got away with executing her son, and he was not part of an investigation or nothing. And he was literally executed by the police, bullet to the back of the head on a downward right straight through angle with powder burns and everything. What's called a close contact wound.
Yeah, I was going to say close range, that is.
Yeah, so that's an execution, and they got away with it. And they literally admit all of this stuff. There's rules about or laws that you're not allowed to film police, and you're not allowed to dox police unless you get put out a video, unless you tell them 24 hours in advance and shit like that. So
What state is this in? Is this Oklahoma?
Missouri.
Missouri? Oh, okay. Because I heard Oklahoma was trying to get, charges for people's recording police.
I think that
Yeah.
went into law today, if I remember correctly.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Pretty sure I've seen a couple of things online about it that say that it went into effect, but I could be wrong. I mean, I'm getting my information from every other Tom, Dick, and Harry, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just came up on the panel. I saw a couple of familiar faces from over at Slow Burner's channel. I just wanted to say hello and making my rounds and everything. Like, I don't have anything in particular or anything, other than I appreciate you guys' black squirrels. Those things are awesome.
Right on. Thank you. No tourism. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Stumpy.
Yeah, it's nice to see you.
And stop by anytime, brother. Anytime.
Right on. I'll just stick around for a little bit, and I'll probably have something to say.
Oh,
like I'm
cool.
not just stopping and running or anything like that and whatnot. But you can
not
about the guys a little bit. What's that?
He's not about the clicks and views.
Now I know where I belong.
I'm here to get the message out. Whether it's to one person or to 100,000 people, I just want to get that message out there. I'm not here to get monetized or anything like that. It'd be nice to get as many subs as I can so that I can get that message out there that much more and to be able to spread this show to a lot more people.
Right on.
This show, the Sidekick Show, is a show about YouTubers. That's it. We pick one YouTuber, we bring them up on as our guest, and then we'll bring one person up, ask a couple questions, drop them down, and that as it gets busy. And that, if not, if it's not that busy, we'll let a couple of people. Yeah. Go ahead,
hang around.
Chad. Yeah.
We'll let a couple people hang around, like you people.
I told you, you can't leave until I leave. I'm just here watching y'all. That's all I'm doing. I'm overseeing y'all.
Oh,
you're the boss.
Fucking tyrant, remember?
Hey, and conspiracy media is in the house. I would really love to do a show with this guy. If you could send me an email, I'd love to talk to you more. Brother, just send it to ashcanaudits@gmail.com. I'd love to talk to you and do a show on my talent channel with you, man. You're such a talented guitar player. So, and I have a few others that are coming out too. So,
I play a little bit of guitar myself.
Yeah, well, that's what my other channel's for, is to just show local talent. I've been waiting for any fan to come on, because the guy's a great musician and that writes his own music on the cuff. Wow. And he also does comedy with the puppets and that. So I've been trying to get him on. I have another band that I've been working with for almost a year called Three Scotch Inn out of BC that I'm working to get on there. Another lady that I just discovered down here just before Christmas, Jacqueline Reinhardt. She's going to be on the show soon. There's another one here in chat tonight that I'm working on, hoping that she will come, and her name's Princess Pie Plays Bass. Amazing bass player, this girl. Amazing work. And so that's why I'm looking to start growing that channel. It's not the way I wanted to grow it. I was working with a couple of bars and that, where I was going to do live streams from bars with live music, and I was working with a comedy club where I was going to do live show live stand-up comedy from all these small bars and that, and help get that word out about these comedians and musicians and that. So that's why I started that other channel. And email me, my friend. Yes, I will right after this, my dear. If you see, she's right in here now. Princess Pie plays bass.
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
what he's not telling everybody is that you have to play a real instrument, because my air guitar over here is not good enough for Ashcan.
Okay.
I mean, do you see this beautiful fucking air guitar right here? And it sounds awesome.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want me to have discrimination, man. You gotta have a real fucking instrument. Bullshit.
Hey,
Does the skin flute count?
No.
Skin flute. You people, I have the game Guitar Hero.
and none of these air horns either.
Oh shit. All right, well, on that note, I'm out of here. I gotta go. So
okay, brother.
Much love, everybody.
Right.
I'll see you later.
Much love.
Definitely.
You people
Keep an eye out there, everybody. You gotta keep an eye out.
You bet.
Always.
Ashcan, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah, like how do my picture there, how do I get it so it's streaming my live picture?
See down below, it'll say
Start cam.
the mute and start or stop cam. Just hit that button.
Not the mute button.
Oh,
the one beside it.
Not the mute button. Yeah.
Next one over.
And he's gone.
That was the leave button.
Oh well. No, I don't think his cam is working.
Yeah.
To be honest. Because when he dropped down and went, device is not connected.
You can bring him back up if he shows up. He's there. There he is.
And then he's out.
He's there.
But I'll be right back. Give me like 45 seconds, folks.
We're counting.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Right's review. It's good to see you back.
No, thanks. I mean, like I said, I've been poking around. I've had the itch a little bit, so hopefully we'll get something going on my channel and get some recent stuff. I've been actually, yesterday I was looking for updates for a lot of my previous videos, because that's probably just a smart place to start with how long I've been gone.
Yeah.
Has anybody heard anything about Jason Stamp?
About Jason who?
Jason Stamp, that's the cop in Ontario that pistol whipped that kid, slammed his head into the sidewalk.
Did they shoot him?
No. But it was pretty brutal.
No, I'm not saying the kid. I'm saying the cop. Did they shoot the cop? And
no.
Where the damn came from?
No. He is getting charged. That was in one of my last videos. I did updates, and I think back in May or something like that.
Yeah.
They decided to charge him. He was supposed to be in court in June. I have not been able to find any press. It's all fucking total hush-hush. I mean, I found updates on a lot of other stuff that I've covered previously, but nothing on Jason Stamp, which is weird. Because it's a pretty high-profile case.
I like the rules of yesteryear on that kind of shit. I'm just saying. And when I say yesteryear, I'm talking like way the fuck back there. An eye for an eye, tooth for tooth type deal.
Yeah.
So do you guys know who the judge is? The channel on YouTube?
I might know who you're talking about. I'm not sure.
He's always got that insane hockey mask. He's a Canadian too.
No, I'm not familiar with who you're talking about then.
Myself, I'm Canadian too, and I haven't heard of him.
Well, his content is not worth it. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not advocating. But I got kicked off of their panel because they have a retired cop up there,
Oh,
and he was crying and whining about 2 officers that got shot. And I went up on panel, and they kicked me off as soon as I said, "Well, we all can't be at the top of the food chain." I don't see how that works. Like, that's not a very offensive thing.
no, not at all. Not at all.
It was fun though.
Yeah, I bet.
And he gained a #1 fan out of the whole thing.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking for the channel now, and there's a lot of channels that are called The Judge. It seems.
Look for a guy in an insane looking hockey mask with shitty content.
Yeah.
And like, okay, so mind you, I've only known that of this guy for the past couple of months. I've watched maybe 6 of his like clip-its and everything like that, and I've been on panel twice. Both times I got kicked off. For the first time I asked him if he was on meth because he kind of looked like it. And the second time I asked that question or made that statement. So they don't really like me, but they know me by name. It was pretty impressive.
I wish I was there to hear that.
Well, the grand reality is if you decide to do stupid shit, expect for stupid shit to happen.
Exactly.
I'm wondering if it's what's his name out of Saskatchewan.
I think he is out of Saskatchewan.
Well, if it is who I think it is, I can.
Meth Mason.
Not Marvin.
That's his name or some shit like that, or his.
Starts with an M, yeah.
The guy I'm thinking about, if he's switched his name or started a different channel. The guy I'm thinking of, whose name I can't think of right now, he's very paranoid and he's really apt to kick people off and make them the enemy.
Yeah, that sounds about him. Yeah. Honestly, other than Trudeau, this guy is the gem of Canada.
I don't know. Well,
does he have a big white beard and white long hair?
That's Myron. That's Myron.
That's Byron. That guy is fucking crazy. I've never even met that dude. He's fucking nuts though. He's another one up there. You know, there are some really interesting YouTubers out there. Very interesting people.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, rights review. If you see a person here, I'm going to put it in private so that you know who it is, because you may have seen her. You'll probably see her around. Living Skies, Transparency.
Not familiar with, but okay.
You'll be familiar with her in a moment.
Okay.
You'll be familiar with her in a moment.
I'm putting in private chat. I'm putting the name she went by previously in private chat.
Okay, well, I'm watching.
So I'm like really new to this whole thing, like within reason. The private chat, only the people on the panel can see.
Right.
That is correct. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was another one that disappeared.
Yeah.
All I see is
now you know she's not disappeared. She's Living Skies now. Please don't say the name out.
Yeah.
That's
I got
why
you.
I put it in private, Duke.
Living Skies, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm familiar with her.
That's a very interesting name.
Most people actually, keeper of the list is the one that helped her with the new name she has now, Living Skies Transparency.
No, I mean the last name.
Oh yeah.
It kind of makes your head scratch.
Yes. Dale something. That's the guy I'm trying to think of in Manitoba or Saskatchewan.
No, I don't think that's him.
Okay, that's who I was thinking. Maybe the judge was Dale Lakeman, I believe. But But yeah,
No.
he can get pretty paranoid and confrontational.
Yeah,
why-
it's funny to watch people, and then the other thing that cracks me the fuck up is when people say, "Oh, you're triggered."
Yeah.
Like that is prima facie evidence right there that you got them. If they're saying you are triggered, you got them.
Hmm.
Yep. Definitely.
Say the Chad, do you remember old Stevie?
What about Stevie?
Do you remember him? From over at Slow Burners?
I know what you mean. Yes.
Did you hear about him and AC? And then
No, I
apparently him
haven't.
and Joe Cool. Oh God, you got to go watch that one. I don't know
On
enough
AC
about
channel?
what happened. I'd be speculating, and I'm not all like speculation like that. But needless to say, he called AC a derogatory term towards Mexicans and got his channel removed.
Oh.
He got his channel removed. Like it was in the middle of the stream because I kept on putting a light or the link so that he would put a link in, but I wouldn't come up because he wanted me to come up. But they're in there talking, and all of a sudden he does it and removes AC off of the list. And a couple minutes later, boop, there goes channel.
Whose channel again? Sorry, I missed it.
Disco Steve.
Stevie.
Oh, fuck that idiot.
Stevie. Who's saying fuck that idiot?
That's good.
Me. I said
Oh,
that.
so you know him too.
Oh, yeah. I called him out twice. Proved him wrong twice on live. And he
No, you
still
didn't.
wants to fucking attack
No,
me.
you didn't. There's no way to prove Stevie wrong.
Yeah.
Just ask him.
He's always right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Don't get me wrong.
Apparently I was growing weed in Oklahoma. And,
Why
you
didn't
know,
you bring
just look
any?
at my name. Ashamed Canadian. How can I be in Canada and the States at the same time?
Yeah.
He probably thought it said Oklahoma.
No, he swore that I was the one that got arrested for a grow op down in Oklahoma. And yet, you know, I've been in Canada, you know, I haven't been allowed in the States since 2001.
You must be a good guy.
Yep.
Yeah,
They only let the shitty Canadians in.
Well, they won't let me in, so I'm pretty shitty.
I'm not even allowed to own a passport.
Oh, see, that's illegal. A passport gives you international rights.
Yeah, I can't travel internationally because of my criminal record.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you get convicted of blowing up a cop car in a house.
Well, that's just being wise.
Well,
Was it a cop car or an RCMP?
It was a City of Kitchener police.
That's awesome.
Right downtown. And this is when I was a juvenile, before the Young Offenders Act even come out in Canada. You were either juvenile or an adult. And
dude, you've got more gray hair and less hair that you should have that right given back. If that shit's juvenile, that's fucked up. You guys and your fucked up Trudeau. Like, that's just what I call your government up there. Just Trudeau.
Yeah, you can't hurt me if you insult our government.
Well, since the 70s, that's been known as a Trudeau.
Yep.
Yep.
Because of his father.
Oh, yeah, Pierre. Yeah, I went through him.
Stupid is as stupid does, right?
Well, I you know, in all the fair defense to Pierre, I would think he's rolling in his grave with what his son's been doing.
Oh, yeah.
No way, man. That Nazi propaganda came from somewhere and it didn't fall from anywhere else but the tree.
Let's get one thing straight. Pierre Elliott Trudeau is not Justin Trudeau's biological father. Fidel Castro is.
This is true.
What?
We're still looking for the
Listen.
records on our president. They can't find them. They started to getting rid of them after 1777, and he was born before then. So,
but no,
fucking
back then,
senile old goat.
back in the 60s, when Justin was conceived, it was proven that Margaret Trudeau, his mother, was a slut, and she was fucking around on Pierre, but because he was prime minister, they stayed together.
Got to save face.
Yeah, but people
that's
swear
like
to God that Justin is Castro's son. You look
what's
at
his
Castro
name?
and look at him.
Right. Oh, I'm not saying that there's only one tree that shit comes from. If you look at what's her name from Germany, and you look at her sketchy
Angela
records, yeah, Merkel.
Merkel?
You look at her and you look at Hitler, and you tell me they don't look like fucking mother or father and daughter.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and then I was watching some crazy ass shit online, and I'm not swearing to the validity. It's just some fucking shit I saw, but it was pretty fucking convincing. The guy claimed to be the number 2, the second best in the U.S. for biometrics of the ear specifically, and he put up Grover Cleveland, Walt Disney, a dude that he was a preacher from that General Time era, and then also Hitler, and all 4 men had the same fucking ears, dude.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
And just to answer the chat here, Princess Pie says it best. Yes, he was a drama teacher and a ski instructor. When he was a drama teacher out in Vancouver, he had sexual relations with one of his students that were underage and made her sign a non-disclosure agreement on the amount of money that wait. This is in the courts. This is verifiable.
That's 100%. In Canadian courts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking if it was in American courts, it would depend on what the word is means.
Well, we're talking Trudeau. We're talking Canada.
One of you guys got that one.
Yeah. But
I was talking about Clinton when he got nailed for he came out onto the stand and said, well, it depends on the word is. After doing some research on that one, do you know there's 6 pages worth of definitions
just for
in the legal definitions for the word is?
Oh,
yep.
Oh yeah. Well,
you think about that next time you get a citation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which word are you actually talking about?
Yeah. And then keeper of the list says spend the $15 and get your criminal record check federally at the commissioner's office. You might be surprised. Well, I went and spent the $25, did it through the RCMP, and found out that there have been a few things that were on my record that are gone, but all those other shit, my juvenile record does not show up on my criminal record. So, but when it comes to they can go in and check. For some reason, the United States is allowed to do criminal background checks, including juvenile records back then. And we're only going back in 2005 when this happened.
After the Patriot Act.
Yeah, but
that's what fucked you.
Well, no, it was 9/11 that fucked me.
Yeah, and the laws that came in after 9/11 is called the Patriot Act.
Again. Oh, but no, I did check. I did get a criminal background check, and that you'd be surprised what's on my criminal background check. I think there's about 15 assaults. There's obstruct police, obstruct justice, failing to comply, all these type of shit, all the bullshit charges that cops put on you for for because I jaywalked or something, or I wouldn't give them my ID because I stepped into the crosswalk over the line as I was crossing the street or something. So they try and get me for jaywalking. That's how bad they have gotten here with me. So
What, the provincial police?
Oh fuck! I've had cameras smashed. I've been charged with owning a cell phone.
Well, in case you guys missed it, he got arrested in his house while he was streaming live.
Yeah,
You're that dude?
Yeah.
I'm that dude. I'm the guy that got arrested. I got arrested. Hold it. One at a time. I'm the guy that got arrested in his bedroom for breach of peace. A charge that is not even in Canada.
Yeah, it's not a real
still
charge.
held for 8 hours.
I was saying that was funny, not because you got arrested, obviously, but the live stream, like your reactions and stuff, that was fucking hilarious. I'm just laughing at it and just watching these cops like, oh my God, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. And, I've tried to file complaints. Every time I file the complaint and do a check back up on it, they say that they never receive it. And it's all done online. I do it again and again. This has been happening since April. I've had lawyers tell me that I can sue the fuck out of these cops, but not one of them will touch it because it's the RCMP, which is a federal cops here.
Right.
You cannot get any higher than the RCMP in Canada.
Have you ever
the
looked
FBI in the States?
Have you ever, I don't mean to overspeak by any means, just out of curiosity, have you ever looked at syntexting their documents?
What do you mean?
Next time you have some time, write this one down. Syntexting.
Yeah.
What it is it's I'm not familiar enough with it to describe it accurately. So this is not a great depiction. But basically, to my understanding, it is utilizing the mathematical formulas of language to basically null and void any document that's given to you because it's incorrect.
Oh yeah. I've gone through that here in Canada a few times, and I've won. I've actually represented people here in Canada.
Shit.
As an advisor, not as a
Right.
legal counsel.
Right.
I go in and their mouthpiece because they can't comprehend, so they ask. And you can do this here in Canada, and you can do this in the States. You can have anybody stand up for you, and you just say that because of mental capacity or something like that, you need somebody else to speak for you. And I've done this, and I've gotten people off in court on different things over wording and shit like that. So when it comes to the word stuff, like if their I's aren't dotted, you can get off on a fucking charge if you know what you're doing.
This is a little bit
syntax of it.
This is a little. I would say it's syntax, parse, grammar is what it specifically is, and it might be the same thing, and it might not be. It'd be well worth taking 25 minutes to look at it. You know. But
anyway, Ash, I gotta run. Ash, as you know from earlier, before we went live, what I gotta do. So I'll take care. Yep. I will catch you on the next one. All right.
Peace out, man.
Okay. Peace out, brother.
Yeah.
Just while there's a break there, just rolling back in the chat a little bit, I just wanted to acknowledge Prairie Girl. Thanks for looking up the Jason Stamp link. I am already aware of that page, and yeah, that guy's in the same boat as me. He's looking for updated information, and unfortunately, there just doesn't seem to be any out there.
Blackbird, I don't know what happened to you there. But, yeah, wow, 3 hours now. But
yeah, shit. The way I look at it is anybody that says the government is bad and isn't a real criminal, that's a good guy to me.
Well, I'm not a real criminal. And if you can say the government isn't bad after the last 2 years living in Canada, then you're an idiot. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't live in Canada, but I know how. Well, I don't know personally firsthand, but I see it all the time because I'm on one of those border states.
Yeah.
North border, I'm assuming.
Well, it can't be
No.
a southern border because we're not part of the southern border of the U.S.
Oh, you're in the south?
No, not exactly. I'm in the southern part of my state. I'm in Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
So we get all your guys' wonderful, freezes and everything.
Right.
But it doesn't stay as cold for as long. Just like a mini version of you guys.
Yeah. Well, we've been in a deep freeze here now for just about a week, and it's not letting up.
Oh, you're not alone. You guys have been blowing it down here just as much as your fucking squirrels.
Fuck my squirrels. They're good eating.
At least they're good. They're easy to find. I mean, fuck. Yeah. There's a black thing moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got hundreds of them around my house. I kid you not. I got a couple acres, and as soon as you look out the back door, you're going to see a squirrel.
Oh, I don't know if
or three.
Canadian Rights seen this. I had this shirt made up for me, and I figured every Canadian would like this.
Oh, I love it. Make Trudeau an inmate. Fucking right.
Pelosi for prison over here.
Yeah, I've seen that too. But no, good friends of mine. Great talk, guys. I'm just sitting back listening. Yeah, good friends of mine. They made this up for me. And now, if anybody wants them, they can order them from him directly. Just, but they're $30. But he'll make you up one. And what I like about it is, I don't know if you can see that on the back.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Some people would take offense to that.
Yeah, well,
but not me.
Some people are assholes too.
Yeah, that's me. I've been tested and got the proof for that. Ask my ex-wife.
I tend to get kicked off of a lot of panels because I'm an asshole, apparently.
Well,
I just call it calling people out for their bullshit. But if you don't put bullshit out there to call, then nobody calls it, right?
Hey, that's what I say. I've had nobody fucking, other than Steve try and pull bullshit, but like everything I say, I can back up 100%. So I'm not here to spread bullshit. I'm just here to spread the news of what's going on and help other auditors get their message out to as many people as possible. So like look at tonight, we had Josh here. The guy's got 73,500 subscribers. I got 728. But out of that 728, there might be 15 people that he never heard of Josh and that will now subscribe to him, and it'll multiply that way.
Right.
That's how they burn your forest down, is with one match.
And that's exactly. So, I've had some pretty big names on here and some no names on here that are trying to make a name for themselves. So
I'm a no namer, and I want to stay in the back.
No, I shouldn't really say no names, but like up and coming people.
I like no names. It's more suiting for some.
But
they just don't have the drive, but some do.
Yeah. And then we had this one guy. I got an email one day from a new auditor in Ontario. Wanted asked, "Is this the Ashamed Canadian?" I told him, and he goes, "Yes. I started my channel because of you and because of your activism and that." And I said, "Well, great. Let's do a show. Come on the show. Let me help you grow your channel. Let me, help you get some more subscribers and get your message out there and that." The
Right.
guy did 2 videos, bang, shut down, never heard from him again, missed the show, everything. His channel doesn't even exist anymore.
I think obviously he was an asshole.
No, I think that he wasn't expecting to have to maybe stand up for his rights and maybe go to jail. And he was not prepared to do that. The guy's a family guy. He was a younger guy, like in his 30s or so.
Right.
I call him younger because I'm in my 50s, but he was a younger guy, and family, so maybe he didn't want to go to jail. Maybe he was afraid of that. So, I hope that if he's listening, that he, picks up a camera and at least keeps recording. If he doesn't want to put them out, like I tell everybody all the time, if you are afraid to put out a video, send it to me and I'll put it out for you in my name, because I really don't give a fuck about cops anymore. As far as I'm concerned, every one of them should be fist fucked with a hockey glove and a skateboard going down the Gardner
And
at
then
4
shot
o'clock in
and
the
pissed on him.
afternoon. But
That's far
just,
too good. You are
yeah,
being
that's
far too kind.
well, you gotta spread a little love every now and again, right?
Well, there's 2 things in Canada for running those kinds of channels. What you were just talking about, if the guys don't have the cojones to do what needs to be done, they don't last long.
No.
But there's something that I was thinking of earlier when you had Josh on, and he was talking about getting somebody big like Sandro Joaquin to do that interview with you on your channel. There's very much this border barrier in this community,
Yes.
and we see it on the Canadian sides. A lot of the Americans probably don't understand it as much, but it's so much harder to get a Canadian channel up and going and get the subs because the laws are different, and a lot of the serious people in the community, the other auditors and stuff, they'll come and check out your channel. But the guys that are giving guys in the States 50,000 or 100,000 subs, they don't come to the Canadian channels.
No. Not unless something big happens and then another channel covers it.
No, and I'm not saying not everybody, but the mass viewers generally don't come to the Canadian channels. So you got to somehow break that border. But the reason I'm bringing it up for new channels is if they don't realize that and they put up their channel and they think I'm going to have 1,000 subs in a month, it's not going to happen unless you get that one video that just goes viral. Everybody.
I've been here for over 2 years and I haven't even reached 1,000 subs yet.
Well, I mean, everybody in the Canadian community knows who I am, but I've only got 400 and something subs. Granted, I've been gone for 6 months, but everybody in Canada knows who I am. Nobody in the States knows who I am. There's a few that do, but
no.
It's going to be a long haul unless you get lucky when you're starting a Canadian channel. So know that going in.
Yeah, and you know what's strange about this now is that there are a lot of people here in Canada that we know everybody here in Canada, it seems like, but we're not very well known in the States. But for some reason, I have more people that know me in the States than I do in Canada. Even though I'm subbed to almost every channel in Canada and try to check out their content as much as I can, I'm more known in the States than I am in Canada.
Oh. But
Do you think that's because of the sparseness in Canada? Because, like, from the way I look at a map, it's like one major city, two major cities, three major cities, wilderness.
Well, I think a large part of it is
Yeah.
the culture. There, just look at what's been going on with COVID in the last 2 years. The people are a lot more likely in Canada as compared to the United States to just go along with what the government says.
And
You got-
There's a
also
lot
gotta-
more.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Go
there's
ahead.
a lot more respect for authority here, which is
Yeah.
and they just believe the government's doing good things and the cops are doing good things and they're uninformed.
exactly. Yeah. They
You
don't
also
know.
got to remember that in the United States, they have over 350 million people. In
Right.
Canada, we only have 38 million. We
Mhm.
have our whole country. The population of New York State is the same as our country.
Holy.
One
Christ.
state is the
So
same.
I'm literally talking to like half of the population of Canada right now.
Pretty much.
Fucking A.
A good chunk of the population. Yeah.
But yeah,
You know, I'll tell you, if I had my
this-
dream. Go ahead. Sorry.
We're the second largest country landmass style, and we are probably one of the smallest in population sizes per landmass.
We have so much wilderness here.
If I had my dream, I would be in that wilderness and I would never see a single one of you guys again.
Yeah, that's where I am, Stumpy. I'm out in the sticks here.
You need a non-neighbor.
A non-neighbor?
Yeah.
Sure.
The
A
problem
non-neighbor.
the problem about being in the sticks here in Canada is that if you go too far into the sticks, you'll never see fucking green grass. It'll always be snow. Just saying.
Oh.
So it is cold. Like over 80% of the population of Canada live within 150 miles of the U.S. border.
Yeah, I'd be one of them.
Yeah, I'm about a 20-minute drive away.
Yeah.
20 minutes?
I've got family that has
Calgary's only 100 miles away from the border. Winnipeg, just over 100 miles. And then all of Ontario, doesn't matter where you go. Thunder Bay, there's a bridge that'll bring you over to the States and Sault Ste. Marie, Toronto.
Well, yeah, I'm in Surrey, and Surrey borders right on the state. So
I've got family that's got some property over in Port Huron.
I'm an hour and a half away from the fucking the border right now at Maine.
it depends where you are, Princess. I'm in the Vancouver area, and it's actually the temperatures here are more moderate than a lot of the United States. So it depends where you are.
Yeah, and trust
we get lots of rain, but
I know I've been up in that northern Minnesota, Canada border area, you know, back up in the boundary waters and stuff. And even if you live 100 miles, that 100 miles between you and the border, that's some rough fucking country.
Yeah.
Like, that's just straight up you and God. And you hope to God you don't find the bear.
Four-wheeler is a must.
Well, like I said, we're the second largest landmass country in the world, next to Russia.
Yeah.
It's what for me to go to Vancouver, where I am right now. I'm on one coast. Vancouver's on the next. I think it's almost 5,000 kilometers.
You're correct.
That's over 3,000 miles.
Yeah.
So, I can travel from Toronto to Florida, and it's only 1,800 miles.
Mm-hmm. I took a train out to Vancouver once from here in Ontario. Well, from Toronto Union Station. It was the fucking most rock and roll fucking trip I ever did take. But I found out my wife was pregnant for her first child, though. She got sick when she smelled cigarette smokes, so I knew she was pregnant. She was like that with 2 others. Oh, we lost them, but this one survived. And he's almost 40 now.
Wow.
Yeah, my daughter's 38, and like I'm pushing 70.
Well, at least I'm not the oldest one here now.
Peace, brother. It's okay. I don't mind being the oldest.
No, I get that quite a bit. What am I doing here? I want to search. I'm gonna Metro Vancouver. Let's see what it says.
It's 3 degrees right now.
Ooh.
Celsius.
It's -5 here.
We're at 7 Fahrenheit, so what would that be like? 4, wait.
7 Fahrenheit? That'd be about 45 degrees, somewhere around
No, 7 Fahrenheit
under.
would be minus.
Oh, 7 Fahrenheit. Oh, yeah, right.
-16 or something.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Minus 14.
Thanks a lot, you guys. I appreciate it. I'll take the squirrels gladly, but you can keep your fucking weather.
No, they go hand in hand, buddy. Sorry. Yeah, take them both.
We get all your geese too.
Oh, shit. They shit like dogs, don't they?
You go into one of these lakes and you come out on the shore and it's nothing but white and browns.
Yeah.
So where I am in Canada, it is 37 Fahrenheit right now.
I'm -2 Fahrenheit.
-2 Fahrenheit. Holy fuck, you're -18 or something?
I'm not sure, but that's what it says here, -2. And
you know, they taught us how to do all this shit in school, but I don't remember how to do it. You know, simple subtraction.
There is a proper formula, but it gets more. It gets more difficult when you start going in the negatives. When it's in the positive, you can pretty much just double and add 32.
Yeah, but yeah, when it gets to the negative, I think once it hits -40, it doesn't matter if it's Fahrenheit or Celsius. It's still fucking -40, and it's fucking cold.
It's cold enough to freeze your little wiener off.
Yeah.
And that's through your pants.
That's why I always say, cup your balls.
We had a windshield here the other day. It was like, what was it? Fucking -15, -20 with a windshield of like -30, -40.
Oh.
Fahrenheit. Yeah, it was cold as a witch's tit.
Wow. And they're cold. Believe me, I sucked a few witches' tits.
Well, so what I did is I went on to Google Maps here, and from where I live to Vancouver, it's 2 days and 5 hours, or 5,748 kilometers. Just to get
at least in Canada, if you dox yourself, you only have like 3 people to worry about.
Well,
yeah. Hey, my real name is Dave. There you go. Don't tell nobody. Stop. Keep it to yourself.
Okay, I'm starting to have a little problem with this lovely young lady that's in the chat. She's making me jealous. Saying it was 65 degrees Fahrenheit here today and 70 tomorrow.
Well, look at the summer temperatures, man. You don't want to be there in the summer.
Oh, yes, I do. Trust me, if I could get across the border, I'd never come back to Canada.
Okay, well, she's saying in the summer it's 110 to 120. Now,
but that's what the pool is for, man.
Well, no. I was out here in the Vancouver area this summer. It was 40 degrees Celsius, which is 104. Let me tell you, people out here, I mean, literally 600 people died in a day because we don't have air conditioning out here because we don't get that kind of heat.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
You guys aren't acclimated for it either.
Right.
I've noticed in the last couple of years out west, like BC, along there, that the weather is completely flipped.
Well,
It's
no, it's
all
been a
that
weird year.
wonderful geoengineering.
It's I mean, it was 40 where I am. It was like 47 in some of the hotter parts of BC, which that's probably up around the 120 mark. But yeah, no, and this year we've had a ton of snow this winter, so it's like total extremes compared to what we normally get. It's usually much more moderate.
Exactly. You explained what I was trying to say better than I did. Thank you for that.
Because usually in the Vancouver area, we might see snow on the ground for 2 or 3 days a year.
Yeah.
We've had a ton this year.
And with all this natural fucking disasters and that are going on out there, really halted me. Between the butterflies and unicorns that were going around, I managed to find a way of getting around that, and then all the flooding started and the landslides and that, to the point where I can't go and get the trailer that I'm supposed to be getting. I have a 33-foot trailer out there. I was supposed to be moving it from Merritt to the Okanagan and going to be retiring out in the Okanagan. Because of what's happening out there right now with all the landslides and that, where my brother was washed away part of his new building that he was building. So he is behind and he cannot go in and do anything until probably April or May.
Yeah, no, it's all of Vancouver mainland was cut off by road at one point. You couldn't get here by road from the rest of the country unless you went through the States.
Right. And so so I can't even go out and do that. I've been working with New Guru and stuff like that about finding my way, getting out there, and that all that's been taken care of. Once that got taken care of, we had all the flooding, the natural disasters, and you got on top of that, then it froze. All the water froze on the side of the mountains and everything after all the fires. So all that water sat there, and now they're talking with all the snow that's sitting there now. When that all thaws out in the springtime, they're expecting another huge mudslides all over the place. So it's hard to get into where my trailer is right now to get it out of there because everything's cut off there. So I'm sort of like stuck in this province again for probably another year.
What part of the Okanagan are you planning on going to?
Oliver.
Oliver, okay, yeah. I'm familiar.
Was that over or Oliver?
No, that's Oliver, like the name Oliver.
Like Oliver Travel.
Because I thought he said all over too.
So out in Oliver, there's a pickers camp, and I know this campground and everything. I have all permission to be there. During the wintertime, I don't pay nothing. During the summertime, I pay $40 a week, and I get my hydro and everything right to the fucking trailer. During the wintertime, because there's no hydro on that, I'll have to have my own generator and that. But you don't see Oliver, that whole area is called the Canadian Desert. You literally see at 2:00 on a Tuesday afternoon, you will literally see tumbleweeds going down the street. You will not see anybody out on the streets. Everybody's at the beaches already. They've already done all their farm work and everything. And they're at the beaches partying. It is the Canadian desert, and that's where I want to retire. But it's hard to get out there right now.
I haven't been there in 30 years, but they used to have a really good Ukrainian food place there, a restaurant. Had really good Ukrainian and stuff. Yeah.
Ukrainian?
Oh, are you? Yeah, right down by where the only
was
what
right
is
on the
it?
main strip.
What? Yeah, there's one traffic light in Oliver or something.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
Right by there, isn't it? Right by
Yeah,
the
if you're
post
heading
office.
south, it was on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. You got one traffic light. Holy shit.
Yeah.
We got
and I don't even think it's a traffic light so much as it's if I'm not mistaken, it's four-way stop with a traffic light in the center that flashes.
Right.
It might be a set of traffic lights, but that's how small it is.
Yeah. We have
even in Oliver, the stores are closed on a Monday, not Sunday, on a Monday.
Yeah. Here we're
Well, you don't.
three traffic lights. 3 traffic lights. Takes you like 5 minutes to go from one end to the other by car. It's called Lakefield, Ontario, if you care to look it up.
I've heard of Lakefield.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it's a nice little town, and I don't live in the town, but it's the closest place to me. I'm out in the sticks, like I say.
Like I said, anytime you want a non-neighbor, you let me know.
Okay, come on up, bud. Because one on my right side, he died. And the one on my left side, he's a great guy, but all he does is work, and I'm retired.
It must be nice to have space where you live. You know that my landlord can't even put vinyl siding on one side of his house. It has to be metal siding because the property line is right there. Like a house was literally, you can see the outline of where the house used to be attached to our building and the building beside us. And they're behind us. There's a small piece of property. I think it's about 25 feet wide by about 60 feet long, or maybe 80 feet long. That's it. And that's a piece of property they had a house on. So I wish I could show you right now the way I live. Where I live, it's real hilly. Some of the hills go up almost 30 feet elevation in a 1 block radius.
Wow.
But if I look out my window right now, all you see is step up, step up, step up, step up, and all you see is the roofs of all the buildings here and how close they are. It looks like they're one on top of another.
Wow.
Sounds like New Westminster or Nelson, both like that.
Yeah, but now picture that, only all old buildings. All the buildings are at least 80 to 100 years old.
Yeah.
Hey, Ashcan, I got a question.
Yeah.
Your buildings. I'm a freak about buildings. They fascinate me, and the older the better.
Yeah.
When you walk down your street, can you see what looks like half-ass buried windows in the basements?
Oh yes.
And they're
all
windows over. Like not where they were anything else but a window. Let me ask you this: do you do construction or anything?
I've done a little bit. I know what those windows were for.
Those windows under grade. Have you ever seen entire storefronts?
Yeah.
There's one in Western Pennsylvania where I spent some time, and literally it's an entire story below grade.
Yeah.
Wow.
What you said you knew what those windows were for? What were they for?
Here, what they used to use those windows for was to load the coal and the wood through the house because of the wood furnaces and that in the basement and the boilers.
Right. I've heard that many a time. I was actually just this summer, we went up to the Sioux and we were walking around there, and it's around where I live as well. But if you look, those windows, there's entire fucking levels of those places that are entirely buried, and they had the same facade as the ground level today.
Well, yeah. And at one point they were probably accessible, and now they're not so accessible because of all the build up and shit like that over the years and that. But where I live, it's all bedrock. They had to. I'm gonna go take a picture of this one place. It's called the Loyalist House that was built in, I think, this 1800 or something like that. And all you see is you're going up the road, this big sheer rock that's just been cut off, blasted out, and fucking chipped. It looked like they used rock hammers to chip it out. And then there's the fucking house, and you see part of the basement and everything. The cement just melted into all the stone that's there. It's just incredible how they built shit back then, and it's still standing. Mind you,
I grew up in
this city that I live in is the oldest city in Canada too. It's the
No
very
shit.
first city. Yeah, this city was founded in 1785.
Wow. Before independence and down the
Oh,
States.
yeah,
Oh, no,
100
it's
years.
just after.
Was that the Dutch trading company or
British,
Okay.
British and French that came here.
Okay. Because I know the Dutch were down like a little bit further south of you, but I don't know all of Canadian history. I know a lot of American history, and I know like New York used to be New Dutchland,
yeah,
and shit like that, or New Amsterdam and shit.
Well, you go back that far, a lot of it's tied together, right? It's
they're all tied together.
Yeah,
Honestly,
like I can, on my mother's side, I can trace my family tree back 400 years in Canada, to the original Acadians that came here.
no shit.
And you know, a lot of the people that ended up in New Orleans were those people, those Acadians that they got shipped down to the States from Canada. But my family was in the bush with the Indians, so we ended up staying up here.
Well, you know, we had one of our presidents that was one of them Acadians.
Was that Adams?
Nope. That would be the swarty Lincoln.
Oh.
He was swarty skinned, meaning he looked more like the Aboriginals.
Okay.
They say Obama is our first dark skinned president, but they don't know the history books because they don't read the history books.
Well, yeah, I don't look native at all, but I have native blood in me.
Absolutely.
Me too.
Look at me.
But it's not much.
I'm 1/8 native.
Yeah, no, I don't know what the percentage is with me, but I have Micmac blood in me.
Yeah, and that's what it is with yeah, Micmac, yeah.
You know, have you guys ever do you guys ever read the Bible or anything? Are you
I grew up in a household I'm quite familiar.
Okay, so you have
I was in
general
school to be a pastor I took 2 years in ministry school.
Perfect. So I'm not talking to morons. You guys know what if I were to give you a quote, you would understand. Perfect.
Just the only thing I know about the Bible is the title. That's the only thing that's the only thing I've read. But yeah, carry
Great
on.
book of fiction.
It is an interesting book. I wouldn't say all fiction, but I wouldn't say it's true the way that they say it's true.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you guys are over on the eastern side.
I'm west. Ashcan's east.
Ashcan. Okay. So where Ashcan lives, if you think about it, you guys know who I'm sure you've heard of Ur of the Chaldees.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever thought about it as if Ireland or Ari land or Or land would be Or, and that would mean that the Acadians didn't actually come from anywhere, but they were actually the Acadians from the Bible, and this is where this question came up for me. There is a place over by Ashcan that it's literally almost to a T the direct description of what is described in extra biblical books about the Tower of Babel, like how it's cut down to a third of its size. It's a 3-day walk around. And it's the place, it's called Louis Babel Tower. if I remember correctly.
This
If
is
you
in
look up
Canada?
on Google and you pull up an area or a topical graph, you'll see it because it's a fucking circle, like surrounded by water, and it's right in the Acadian National Forest, which would mean that Canada would mainly be Canaan or Cana, which would be the biblical reference to the land of Canaan. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that kind of changes the story because that puts the Hebrews, the ones from over the river. Well, if there wasn't an ocean, but it was a river, then the land masses make a lot more sense along that story. This is not my theory, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But
Well, no. I mean, historically speaking, if you go back in science far enough, you know what? At one point, it's theorized that all the land masses were together on one giant continent, and they've slowly
Right.
spread apart.
oh yeah, millions and millions of years ago for sure.
And you had 4 rivers that supplied the water. I mean, the story, like I said, I look at the Bible as a very good history book, but the story is not the way that they tell it to us.
It's
the
not
way
accurate.
Right. It's not accurate as this in the sense of it's a story about a long, long time ago in a land far away. You look at the land of Prester John. I do a lot of research and shit. But if you look at the original reason why Columbus came to the Americas, for one, he was running from the Spanish Inquisition. For one, I mean that's very clear. But for 2, he was coming to conquer the land of Prester John and the mountain of Zion.
Mm-hmm.
So if he was coming to America to find Prester John, which would be King David, because he was the Prester of the Johns, and the John would be the king of the Americas, it kind of changes the whole story. And there's actually a lot of archaeological evidence to back it up. That's why I'm asking about your buildings.
Oh, yeah.
Did Columbus actually step foot on the mainland in America?
Not on his first trip.
Okay, because
And there was lots of people here before Columbus anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
I think, you know, it's probably still a widely held belief that, you know, Columbus discovered America, and before that it was only the native Indians here. It's been proven the Vikings were here long time ago, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Right on.
Well,
Clayton. I was gonna say the Vikings. There's proof of that up north.
There's proof of that in Minnesota.
There's been DNA done on
Newfoundland and Labrador.
Thousands and thousands of years old, and the DNA comes back as European descent.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying, like, the history is all kinds of fucked up. Like, my family was those original families. Like, my family can be traced back to the 8th century with the Nordic kings and queens. That's where I descend from. But then again, we all have a little royal blood in us, so it's nothing special. But nevertheless, we've got the lineage back to the 8th century. And, like, I'm a big fan of maps and old maps and shit. And, like, when you start looking at actual history instead of the bullshit that we were given in public school, there's a reason it's public and it's free, because it has no value.
Mm-hmm.
All they are doing is looking to circle your square, or excuse me, square your circle.
Right.
That's why you have a circle of thought, and then after you're done with it, you can't think that way.
Yeah, it's called putting it in a box. That's why they call the square the
well,
circle.
yeah, no, it's that way with everything. It's not just history. I grew up. I'm one of those people that can do math in their heads very quickly, and I've always been that way. And I grew up with teachers who wanted me to show them how I came to that answer. Well, I did it in my fucking head. So if you want me to show you the way that you're telling me is the only way I can properly come to the answer, I can show you that, but it's fucking bullshit.
My question was always, well, how did you become a teacher? I'd always turn it back on them, Because if you're asked a question when you ask a question, it throws you off psychologically. I learned that when I was like 8, 9, 10, something like that.
So you
Yeah,
got
no,
away with a lot of shit then, Stubbs.
Well,
I
Not
wouldn't say got
incriminating.
away with it. I learned how to argue very well.
I see.
yeah, no, our education system, I'm sure in both countries, it's shit.
We all have a second grade reading level, and that's even the best of doctors.
Well, I don't.
No,
But-
I'm saying like as a general rule of thumb,
Yeah.
like all of our books and everything are.
Oh yeah,
written-
dumbing things down. Yeah.
Exact. That's what I'm saying. It's a dumbing down of society. You know, they've been putting shit in the fucking native water sources for years and years and years, right? Why? To dumb them down. Why? Because then they can be subservient. Well, what's going on in those communities in your community? You see what I'm saying? And it's not just their community, it's your community too. Because that same water is, you know, like the people running around saying water is life, they're kind of fucking right. You know, as much of a left-wing version of society that the rest of what they're saying is, they are very right when they say water is life. But the reality is there's a lot of fucking water here.
Well, no, this isn't a recent cultural thing. It's all throughout history. The people who progress technology industry are the people who challenge the status quo. Yet the people in charge don't want the status quo challenged.
Yep. I don't know about Canada, so I can't speak for it, but I would assume that it's based off of the same system. But do you know where the education?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, it's the same.
Do you suspect me of having an education?
I you know, I'm not sure if I've ever shared it on one of these panels before. I dropped out 2 weeks into grade 8. I am one of the most intelligent and articulate people you will ever meet. I didn't learn it from school.
And I got 2 university degrees and a college degree, and look at me. Doesn't matter.
I got grade 12. Hey, what can I say? I'm happy 2 kids, they're done and gone. And I got grandkids, love them to death.
But like I did use my well, a couple of my I used my university degrees. My college degree that I got, I didn't use, but I was in social work for almost 30 years, or just over 30 years. I was a social worker at a welfare office. I worked in shelters and drop-in centers. I went and got my addiction counseling certificate. I was an addiction counselor. I have helped open up a couple of addiction recovery centers and ran them. So I did use it. The only thing is like it's a lot of money for one, and I didn't learn any more in school than I would have learned on the street.
Yeah.
The fact that I had to give them over $40,000 a year to get that certificate for 3 years, 120 grand to get my addiction counseling certificate, another 140 grand to get my what's called the CSW, community support worker certificate. I spent over over $250,000 in just in education for what? I didn't make that money back.
Well, I'm sure it's probably pretty much the same in the States, but the way I've always referred to this is our education system, our hiring policies in general, our promotion policies in general. It's an 80-10-10 system, or a 10-80 system. You got your top 10%, you got your bottom 10%. Most people fit into the middle 80%. And that is what everything is geared toward, is that 80%. So the people that are at the top 10% and the people that are at the bottom 10% are penalized because they don't fit into the 80%.
Yeah.
But how can you penalize the top 10%? Because I'm assuming that.
Oh,
there's
well,
no
let me give you a
money.
let me give you a real world example. Okay,
Oh, sure.
I spent almost 20 years working for the federal government here in Canada.
Okay.
The way that internal job postings are geared in the internal government is, let's say they want to fill a job, and one of their requirements for the job is you must have worked 12 of the last 24 months at this level to be able to qualify for this job. Okay?
Mhm.
Seems simple enough, except for I'm in that position, the one that are saying you need to have 12 of the last 24 months, but I've only been there for 6 months, so I don't qualify to apply for this new job. But because I can pick things up quickly and I'm a high performer, I'm doing the job better after 6 months than people that have been doing that job for 10 years.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I don't qualify to apply for the next level job because apparently I haven't been doing it for long enough to know enough, even though I'm doing it better than everybody else that's doing it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Canadian, and that is fucking total bullshit.
So in that case, because I'm not your typical government worker who just, and I don't want to disparage government workers, but there is a certain contingent that they do kind of just enough to get by.
Right.
Yes.
I have, in my almost 20 years of working there, at least 2 or 3 times a year, I had people come to me and say, "Slow down, you're making the rest of us look bad."
Oh yeah.
You're making us look stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't start in the government. I worked out there in private industry before I started working for the government. So I've got a work ethic. Sorry.
Yeah. Are you still working?
No, I'm not. I'm essentially medically retired with my health.
Well, okay.
Yeah. And that was my problem too. Is I got medically retired. I had a heart attack at work, and they told me I wasn't allowed to go back doing it again. And when they told me that, I was in the hospital, fucking waiting to have tests done, and didn't I have a fucking another heart attack sitting in the waiting room?
Jesus Christ.
So I had 2 heart attacks within a month and a half, and they told me I couldn't go back to work, so they put me off medically. I worked 12 and a half years for the city of Toronto, government job, most city job, working for social services and that. Because I quit during a strike, I lost all 12 and a half years of pension.
Whoa.
Yeah, and those, so I have absolutely nothing to fall back on or live on now, and I have to wait till I'm at least 65. I got to wait another 10 years before I can get old age pension.
Yeah.
And I have to live on what this fucking provincial government wants to give me now for a disability. And,
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, but what I make in a month now, I was making in 4 days at my last job.
No, I'm in the exact same boat, man. I'm in the exact same boat.
I hear you, man. Just out of curiosity.
It's partially my fault. If I had jumped through the proper hoops and got my paperwork in and all that stuff, I'd probably be living on a full pension right now. But in addition to my diabetes, I've had issues with anxiety, and those crop up when I'm in periods of crisis with my physical health. And so because I was having a lot of problems with my physical health at the time I went off work, I just, I went into a hole and I didn't get shit done. And, that was 2016. And now here we are. At this point, I'm well outside. The government has long since said, okay, well, you're not coming back, so we're letting you go for medical reasons and blah, blah, blah. I don't even know if I could go back at this point and do that stuff, but.
Right. Did they start cutting you checks for just?
Well, I'm in the same position as Ashcan right now. I'm living on income assistance.
I see.
Well, I get like what's a disability from them, so I don't have to worry about anything. My disability check comes in every month like clockwork. I don't have to hand in no forms. I don't have to jump through no hoops or anything. Right. They just send me But
are you on the provincial or the federal one?
On provincial, and this province, it's the lowest in Canada. And we have the highest dairy product prices in Canada and the highest bread prices. Two of the major things that people need to survive on.
Well, and that's part of what makes it more difficult for those of you who may not be aware. So each province has their own welfare or income assistance thing, and then there's a federal disability thing. You could potentially go on to that, but if Ashcan were to go on the federal one, he might get more per month, but he wouldn't get medical or dental coverage, whereas provincially he probably does get that.
Yes.
Even though he gets less money per month.
Yeah, like I live on $800 a month. My rent's $400. Half my rent.
Guys,
that's so
really
half my
close.
money's gone. I get my money at 6 o'clock in the morning on the 1st of every month, and by 12 o'clock, I'm over 3/4 of my money's gone. Half of it right away goes to my landlord, and then I have to pay a StreamYard bill. I got to pay my cell phone bill, and I got to buy groceries. I'm broke.
Yep.
If you don't mind me
Simple
asking
as
a
that.
question,
Yeah.
how difficult is it to start a business up there?
It depends on what kind of business you want to start, what province, or even what city you're in. It depends.
The reason I'm asking is, would that be a tangible thing for you to do?
No.
Well, I would say it's not difficult, but personally, depending on each person's circumstance, like for me, it would be hard to do. Part of the reason I can't work anymore, there are times I can work. There are times where my mind is fine, but I cannot do a full-time 8-hour, 5-day-a-week schedule. I can't do it.
Me either, man.
I'm just I'm not physically able to do it with my health. There's times where I could say, okay, I'm not feeling bad. I can put in 2 or 3 or 4 hours of work, but I can't put that on a schedule.
Yeah,
right.
Well, excuse me, but has any doctor told you that it's all in your fucking head?
Sorry?
Has any doctor told you that it's all in your fucking head?
Oh, yeah, well, I haven't. I actually did have a doctor when I was supposed to first. Let me give you the background so you understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was only kidding, by the way.
No, but it kind of did happen. But up until I was 35 years old, I had never felt anxiety in my life. Honestly, I could say I had never felt anxiety in my life. I was one of those guys, and everybody knows one. You call him Superman. He seems to be the guy who can do anything. You can pile as much work on him as you want, and he will get it done. I was that guy.
Calm, cool, and collective. Yep.
Yeah, I was that guy. I could do anything, and that weight over. I dropped out of school when I was 13, and I started working. So 20 plus years of that kind of being that high pressure individual, because it didn't mean anything to me. I had no problem with it. I loved it. I loved being the guy who could come through when nobody else could. But 20 plus years of doing it, at one point I broke, and I completely broke. I left work one day. I just had to get out of there. I didn't know why. Nobody saw me for 2 months. I fell off the planet.
Didn't even phone in.
No, nobody knew where I was. I unplugged my phone. I locked my doors. My family, nobody knew where I was. I just disappeared for 2 months.
Yeah.
But I had a family doctor at that time, and at some point he actually said to me down the road, because after this, it especially when you've never felt anxiety your entire life up to that point, it is a real adjustment when all of a sudden it just breaks you.
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out who I was. Am I this? Am I who I used to be? And you are to a point. And but it took a long time for me to figure that out. And the doctor I had at the time, because I had periods of being at work and off work and at work and off work. He actually said to me at one point, "Yeah, suck it up. If you can't handle your job, go find another one." And he just didn't get it. It had nothing to do with the job I had.
Just out of curiosity, and I don't mean to pry if you don't want to answer.
No worries. I'm an open book, man.
Did your diet change by any chance?
No.
No, not at that point in time.
No.
Okay. I do a lot of herbal remedy and that kind of healthcare for myself, and I always, if there's a place that somebody would be willing to say, hey, I'd research, definitely there's some herbs that might be very beneficial.
Well, and at this point, it's a non-issue for me. The anxiety, I'm not saying it wouldn't ever be an issue, but it only it only really becomes an issue when I'm in kind of a crisis state. And usually it's health or money that gets me there.
Like a pressure situation.
Right. And it's been a while since I've had one, but it's as I am now. I ain't lived large, but I got a steady, although small, income coming in, and I'm living and I'm comfortable enough, and I've got enough to eat, so I'm okay.
Yeah.
Like, I've been trying to go back to work, even part-time or that, but I have to be perfectly honest about my medical conditions when I go to apply for jobs. Now, I don't know if you guys know what it is or not, but I have what's called narcolepsy.
Yeah,
You're a sleeper.
I pass out at any given point. I've done it on so many live streams. I've on Hippies one night, I was out in the kitchen. I bounced my head off the fucking floor. In here, in my room here on live streams, out on the street doing a fucking video, and people literally just walk over top of me and that. And I have video of all this, by the way, too. But
that's fucked up.
Oh yeah, so me
Welcome
even
to Canada,
going in, but me even going into like Tim Hortons, a fast food joint or something, just to get a job, just even something part time, just to kill a couple hours here and there. I can't get hired because of my narcolepsy. Could you imagine me going to pour a cup of coffee and then I have a seizure and I drop, or I'm passing somebody a coffee and next thing you know, and it goes all over the customer or something, or I open up the till and I fucking have a seizure and we get robbed, or all of these things are some of the things that they tell me about why they can't hire me. I'm not allowed to have a driver's license anymore because I had a seizure behind the wheel at doing 105 kilometers an hour and rolled my truck. So I literally can't work anymore. I want to do shit. I want to start a small business even.
Can I make a suggestion?
But I can't. I'm not allowed. What? If it's got anything to do with any medical information, no offense, but I don't want to hear it.
Nope. Have you ever heard of microgreens?
No.
Yes.
Easy business to start, man.
Yes, and that's one of the things that I'm looking into right now. It's I'm looking at that. I'm looking at starting a small gardens and shit like that, stuff that I can do on the inside. I know that there's that stuff that I can do. I'm just learning about all this stuff with New Guru and that. There's so much other things that I'm so used to doing. Just that I've fallen into a lot of bad luck since I've had my heart attack. Just why I was going through all the bullshit last year when I was arrested on a live stream. Those people that I live with literally ripped me off for over, I think it was just over $3,000 worth of tools and everything alone. I lost all my tools, everything.
Oh, them fuckers.
Like I had Dremels and skill saws and hand saws and cordless drills and all this stuff. And I used to make pipes, hardwood pipes. And sell them for $15-$20 each, and I was getting hardwood for free. All I had to do was put my time into it. I had all the tools and everything to do it. But again, they're all gone, and I can't afford to replace them.
You don't
I've
know
been
where
trying
they
to do
went?
photography. You know, I get my cameras stolen or smashed by the cops, or get cell phones fucking seized by the police and get charged for owning a cell phone and shit like that. I can't afford to keep replacing it all the time. And living on $800 a month, I can't afford to replace anything right now.
Totally
So
understandable. Totally.
it's so hard to do anything. Like, I'd love to be able to go out and spend $60 and get myself a new Dremel so that I can start doing shit again. But I can't even afford to do that. If it wasn't for the generosity of a couple of YouTubers, I wouldn't even have this fucking StreamYard right now. A YouTuber helped pay for this for me because I can't afford shit like this. But
excuse me. Yeah, I've always wondered, like, whoever puts the StreamYard on, whoever's the host, like, does it cost money to do that?
You get a certain amount of time per month free, but if you go beyond that, you gotta pay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you get 20 hours a month for free, and you're allowed 6 people on panel. If you pay the 25 bucks, what I pay, which is the cheapest that you can get, you can have 10 people up. You get a bunch. You can record backstage and shit like that. All of this right now is being recorded, so that I can go through it at any given point. It's all saved. It brings. I'm able to see the banner going across the bottom there.
Right.
It'll allow me to do stuff like that. And then say there's somebody that I don't know that's coming up. I can just go like this. Hold on here, let it pop up. See how it blocks everything, and I can see who's here. They can talk, and I make sure that I don't get porn bombed or that.
And I just want to say for anybody who's listening, please, 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 please don't think me and Ashken are having a pity party and we want handouts, because I think I speak for both of us. That's not. We're just talking about this because it's kind of where the conversation led.
I understand, and I didn't take it as a pity party. No way.
Neither did I, and I only offer suggestion because I see that, if I were struggling, I would hope that somebody would be like, "Hey, here's a way that you can do it." So that's where I'm coming from on it.
Yeah. And so, like, it's like I can't go out and do a lot of activism like I used to do back in the 80s and 90s. I can't do shit like that anymore. So my activism now is here. Oh, somebody's YouTube's running.
Somebody's echoing.
You share videos, don't you? Ashken?
Stumpy, you're echoing.
Somebody's got an echo.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah. So, shit.
Yeah.
Now I forget.
Well, what I was saying, you run some videos from some auditor anywhere?
What's that?
Do you run videos again from some auditor from anywhere?
What do you mean run? Like what? Will I put up a video for an auditor?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I will. Especially if they don't want to put it, if they don't have a channel or something like that, or if they're afraid to put it up. I tell people automatically, please, if you see something, if you don't want to put it up, send it to me. I'll post it and I'll take all the bullshit and the heat for it. I'll take the backlash for any of it, because it's in my name on my channel. I'll put it up as sent in anonymous. If there's any of the person's voice in it, I will block it out before I post it, and block out any picture of them.
So you screen it before you put it up.
Oh, absolutely. I have to,
Yeah.
because at some point, somebody could send me something, and I just say I only look at 2 minutes of it and say, okay, I'm putting this up. And I find out that 7.5 minutes into it, it turns into a fucking porno. And then I lose my whole fucking channel, right? So
Fuck.
that's why you have to go through and watch all the video before
Yeah.
you post it on your channel.
Right.
I'm not sure if you've checked out
Gotcha.
my channel at any point, Blackbird, but are you familiar with the audit and lackluster down in the States?
Yes.
Okay, my channel's a little more like that. So mostly what I do, and I've gone out and done a little bit of my own auditing, but I mostly critique other people's videos. So, but yeah, you absolutely have to go through and see what's there, and even if somebody just says, hey, can you post this for? And you know what, I'd probably do different than Ash can. If somebody came to me and said, I want this out there, but I don't want to post it, I'd be open to that as well. But I'm going to do my thing with it, and I'm going to critique it.
Right.
Well, obviously, like I'm going to put my, I'm going to put my logo and stuff like that onto so that it shows that it's my video and do my little thing to it. Of course, by all means, I'm going to do that. I'm not going to put something up and not take any credit for it.
Well, no. But there's, I think, in this instance that we're talking about, somebody comes to you, they want you to post something. That's a whole different thing. There are auditors out there that get lazy and they're not posting anything, and they just say, and they put up a video from somebody else's channel, and they put 10 seconds up front, and they say, oh, hey, look, check out this video from this guy. No permission, no nothing. They're just being fucking lazy. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And like yesterday, I was watching a live stream yesterday from a guy by the name of Freebird Media Canada out of Toronto. And he was, hold on, just.
I was just going to say I was there for a little while.
Okay, well. Yeah. See, this is why why I don't like a lot of people up, because when I start talking, I don't like to be interrupted, because then I forget what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, but I won't do it.
Freebird.
Like
you were
now I forget what I'm talking about, and it screws me all up.
Okay. Freebird, posted other people's videos. Anything ringing a bell?
Not really right now.
All right.
But I'll tell you one thing. I remember that fucking police beating that I took because that caused it all. Yeah. Fuck. Anyways, go ahead, guys. I'll try and remember what I was talking about.
All right.
There.
You're talking about Freebird.
Freebird.
Oh, yes. No. He was covering it, and ran into him. But before I put anything, I asked him in his live stream, do you mind if I restream this? Or do and this way then it helped get the message out. My stream wasn't working properly and shit like that. It kind of screwed up and everything. But I will always ask people first. But I tell people up front, on almost every video that I do, like, share, and subscribe. I want people to share all my videos. I don't care. I'm not out for it for the money. I just want the message to get out there. No matter what the message is, I want people to share it. But when it comes to sharing other people's stuff, I always like to go that little extra step and just ask for permission, unless I know for sure that they say, by all means, share it. And there's quite a few of them out there that say that they want you to share it now. But this was a new guy, never seen the guy before up until yesterday, and so I wanted to ask him to make sure that it was all right. I've done that with other guys, even ice cold audits. I've asked him before. some of the bigger ones, some of the smaller ones.
Yep.
But it's always good just to ask, because maybe they're trying to make money at this.
Yeah.
I'm not, so
And-
that's why I always ask.
Yeah, and if they say, "Yeah, I do mind," you don't put it up.
Well,
That's
it depends on the context as well.
Yeah.
I will say, I would like to say I ask. I don't ask generally. A couple times I have, but what I do is a lot different than what Ashcan might do. Ashcan might put his logo on it and give an intro and blah blah blah, and provide a little commentary. But I really pick apart a video and I look at it from a legal aspect and stuff like that. So, I'm transforming the work. I'm not just restreaming the work. So it's a different ball game.
Yeah, and you're doing under fair use too.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
My first.
I would never just do what I complained about earlier, that I think some lazy guys do, or just take somebody's video and say, "Hey, check this out," and put my logo on it. I would never do that.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
My first audit was unintentional, and it's just sitting in my phone. I was walking around taking pictures of one of them pretty old buildings, and this dude comes out. This guy was fat as fuck, and there was no way he was going to do anything but give me a stern talking to. Told me I was casing the building. It was a city court building. Said I was
what?
casing the building. Just a municipal building.
Oh, yeah, a publicly owned building in your case.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now, what I was actually doing is the building was built in the 1800s, and the building's fucking gorgeous. I was taking pictures of the gorgeous fucking building. So, yes, I was casing it because it's a fucking gorgeous building. So I played along with them. Finally, I looked at him. I was like, dude, I am taking pictures. This is a camera. This is a city-owned or county-owned building. If you have a problem, go ahead and grab a warrant. And basically, at that point, he turned around and walked away.
Yeah.
Well, then I get to the front of the building finally, and I'm taking pictures of the steps. And here comes the fucking sheriff of the county. Comes walking out. And he says, well, we have pictures of this, that, and the other thing. And the building actually was a courtroom or a courthouse back in the 1800s. Not anymore. But I was like, well, fuck, right here. We're at court. Bring your pictures up. I'll bring you my pictures, and we'll see who's fucking telling a lie. And they go to jail. What do you say, Sheriff? He didn't like that too much.
Well, yeah, let me change the subject here.
Why?
Wow, that's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah. What gets me is that, does anybody know when the camera was available to the general public?
Nah, not off the top of my head, but
The camera was invented in the 1817, something like that, early 1800s.
No.
Available to the general public in around the 50s.
No.
I thought you were talking about cell phones.
No. So the camera was developed and made public by Polaroid back in 1888. You could buy a Polaroid camera. Anybody. So we've had the camera around for 134 years. Now, I remember back in the 70s, 80s, and even the 90s, you used to be able to go, and if you were a tourist or that, you would always go and you would see a camera, you'd say hi, mom, or that, or say you were in a different country like England or something like that. You always wanted to go get your picture done with one of the royal guards, or you go to a different state or something and you'd have your picture taken with the sheriff or the cops or shit like that back then. And nobody had a problem with that. But as soon as YouTube come out and people started posting their interactions on it, that's when all this bullshit started. Because now they're being held accountable, they're being put out on public display, and they don't like it. So now they're trying to make it criminal for something that hasn't been criminal since the day it was invented and sold to the public back 134 years ago.
So yeah.
How can they do it? It's been around for this fucking long. Everywhere you go, no matter where you go, fucking cops wear them right here. Every cop has a fucking phone on them. If they got a phone on them, they got a camera on them. If you got a phone on you, you have a camera on you. I don't give a fuck what kind of phone you got. Cheapest fucking phone on the market right now. The cheapest fucking smartphone you can buy. $90 Walmart. Fucking great camera on it. No matter where you go, you have a camera. So why are cameras being so fucking brought down upon now in the public? Because too many public officials are getting caught at what they're doing. And that's why they're making it so hard for people like me and you guys out there to film in public and to keep our government accountable. Because they don't like accountability. And when they get caught, they look like the bad people that they truly are, and they don't know how to backpedal out of it. So,
understand that for sure.
I really don't know what to tell people on that subject except for keep filming, and if you can't, if you don't want to put them up yourself, ashcanaudits@gmail.com, send them to me. I'll put them up for you. I'll leave it as anonymous if you want. I won't take the credit for filming it by any means, but the only credit I'll take is for putting it out there for you and put my logo on it so that your story gets out there. But other than that,
So
it's like, yeah.
So Ashcan, would you mind if, like, I don't comment on every video, but I comment on some. But
Yeah.
would it be okay to let people know that send you the vids that they
Far
don't
and
want
wide.
to do?
Yes. Anybody, like I said, anybody that if they're afraid to put the videos out there, if they don't want to put them out themselves, if they're afraid of retribution by the cops or government or that,
Okay. So I can send
or if
you-
they just don't want to do it, just send it to me and I'll put it out for you.
Okay.
And I imagine if you talk with a few other people, they'll do the same thing. There are a few of us out here that are, like
Can you
I
hear me
said,
now?
my channel's not monetized, so I will not. Oh, yes.
Yeah, you're good, Canadian.
My channel's not
Sorry.
monetized, so I won't make any money off of any of the videos that people send me. So, and this
Sorry, I had
channel
to-
here, the Ashamed
I was just
Canadian
going to say,
channel
sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, finish. I was just going to say I had to drop down and come back up because my mic stopped working for some reason.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about StreamYard today, the last little bit, but it's been acting up.
I was going to say on what you were talking about the accountability and with cameras. Hope you don't mind. I'm just going to I'm not going to post a link because I don't think I have the ability, but I have a link, a video on my channel called "Look Ma, No Hands, Charged with Assault." That's the thumbnail. The actual title is Hamilton Constable Ian Milburn Charged with Assault. This happened last year. A cop was charged with assault without touching a person. And I haven't done an official update on this yet, but this cop pleaded guilty and got 18 months probation, anger management counseling, and 150 community hours for this assault. And the only reason that any of it happened is because there was a camera. Because if there was a camera there, it would have never happened.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So I'm just waiting.
But all he did was lunge toward almost completely closed door. He lunged toward a person that was behind a door, guilty of assault, but only because there was a camera.
Was it a girl that was closing the door?
Yeah, well, yeah. So the cops actually came to this place to talk to somebody, and there was a woman behind the door, and she opened the door a crack, and she was talking with the officer, and the officer started getting a little belligerent and aggressive with her. And as they were leaving, she said something to him, and he turned around and lunged toward the door as she was closing the door.
That's a threat with a deadly weapon.
He's got a deadly weapon on him. Yeah.
And
he is a deadly weapon.
Right. And he did end up being charged with assault. He ended up pleading guilty, like I said, anger management counseling, probation, and some community hours. But it wouldn't have happened if there wasn't a camera there. She had a camera outside her front door.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because everybody can see it now, and I can't do nothing about it.
I'm just going through the chat here for a second, and I see something here that sort of pisses me off, and I don't see where any of this happened, but some person with some weird lettering says Ash can make threats, but no one else can.
What?
Yeah. Did anybody hear me say anything about threats in the last hour?
No.
And this happened. This has been posted within the last hour and a half.
I can't see it.
It's up a little bit. It's
there it is.
Between Upstate and John Hobbs. And it's like I'm just trying to. I was actually looking for Canadian rights. Any fucking just for anything here.
Oh, right.
Any part of the chat, so that I could throw you a wrench, so that you could post a link or something.
I got Canadian rights reviews, and the one right below it is keeper of the list.
I'm still looking for it.
Is that where I'm supposed to go?
I can't even see it. I've gone all the way up to the top.
Heather
Well,
Holt,
I just rejoined though too. So yeah.
Yeah, it goes back a ways.
No, I didn't see it when it came up.
Yeah, neither did I. And oh fuck, it was way. My chat is really fucking slow right now.
The only thing I could think that it would even bring up such a comment was when you were talking about cameras of mass destruction, but that was a long time ago.
It was probably about the same time. Maybe. Yeah, there's the porn sites. Somebody deleted it.
I don't know any. Can you give me a couple?
On my channel too.
No.
What?
Heather Holt is an auditor. She's in your chat.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to get to. Heather Holt and Canadian Rights Review, because Heather has always been. I kind of started going through all my moderators on my channel and found out that I had almost 200 fucking moderators on my channel. And then I was wondering why a bunch of shit was happening in the background. So I brought it down by 2/3 or so. I'm down to about 50 moderators right now. But it's I guess it's all caught up again. Somebody keeps
Kenny Williams is a decent dude.
Somebody keeps deleting. Oh man, what was that? Somebody keeps deleting all the Russian porn sites, but that's okay. I don't give a shit.
Not me.
If you guys want to go after them, go after them. I don't care. Just don't block them. Because if you block them, what happens is they send 10 more. So if you just leave them, That's what I've been doing tonight. They've hardly even showed up. My last live stream that I did, everybody kept whacking them, and I was getting fucking hit every 20 minutes with them. I've been hit 2-3 times in over 3 hours now. So I just leave them alone, and they just go away. So yeah, if you just write something in there, Canadian rights, I can do that. I think everything's caught up here now. It looks like it. Yeah. Oh. What is wrong with this fucking computer tonight?
Tell me. I've been struggling with mine all week. Fucking thing. It was made in 1989. That should tell you.
Oh, there he is. Okay. I don't block people. No, I know you don't, Living Skies. I know you don't. You just like playing with those trolls. I know. Have fun. And tell them thanks for the likes, and tell them to hit tell them to hit that like button on the way out. There you go. So in case blocking them does not cause more to show, but it is useless to block them, they say. Say one thing one time. Anyone channel hiding them just slows your channel down. Yeah, I knew it was something stupid like that. I thought I heard somebody say that if you start fucking with them and block them, and that 10 more will show up or something like that. But yeah, hiding them does slow your channel down. Maybe that's. Ooh, what is that?
So they're like government agents. Once you block one, 10 others show up to beat you up. Anyways, it's been a pleasure. I'll have to subscribe to you. I'm sure I'll stop out on the panel again.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, man. You have a good night.
Have a good one, y'all.
Stumpy, take care.
You do the same.
You bet.
There we go. Okay,
Yeah.
so, well,
I
wow.
still haven't figured out how to get my live picture up there. Like a.
Okay, look at the very bottom of the screen.
Right.
See where it says mute?
Yeah.
And then it'll say start cam or stop cam right beside it.
Okay, let me mute and see what it says.
Not mute. Don't hit mute.
Okay. I thought you
Hit
said
the one
mute.
beside it. Chad.
That's a camera.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
Yes. Hit that button.
Hit the camera.
This button right here, man. See that one?
There you go. See?
That's
Now
me.
you're
That's
on.
him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a shave. I
got-
look like a fucking mountain man.
Very cool.
And we got the Chad back. Oh,
What's up? I just
Hey.
got back shoveling, so.
What are you doing, Chad? I'm
What?
not even touching nothing. It's you that's doing it.
I didn't touch Duke at all. He lost connection.
No, you kept popping in and out, in and out, in and out. It wasn't me. I wasn't touching nothing. You were doing that.
No, I had bad connection when I came back in, so I popped back out and popped back in.
No. Maybe that's why I've lost my mic twice, as StreamYard's having issues.
Jeesley Crow, it says device not connected. Oh, let's see if we can bring him back up here again, man. There we go. Now you're back up again.
We'll just have to put up with my ugly mug like this.
Oh, believe me, if you're like me, the logo's an improvement.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
look at me. I got that face for radio. So
well, I clean up pretty well, but I ain't cleaned up right now.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
until I'm able to get rid of all this shit here, this is me. I haven't had a fucking haircut in 2 years, so.
Oh,
We-
better. Oh.
you still you
Go
still
ahead.
look old man Sheldon.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of it, you guys know who Sheldon is, right? From The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
Oh. No, I've never even watched a
Okay,
whole program.
so you know about the spin-off show then, Canadian Rights, where
Yeah. Young
tell me
Sheldon or
something.
whatever.
Young
Just a sec,
Sheldon.
watch this. Watch this.
Does that not look like him?
It's been a while since I watched it, but maybe a little. I'm not sure. That hair is just really, really bad.
Yeah. He's got
That is 1975.
He's got the ducktail backwards.
That was my class picture from 1975.
That was you?
Yeah.
Holy jeez. What a good looking kid.
Thanks
you
for
were.
stopping by, Brian.
Yeah, you were. But I mean, the ducktail coming down your forehead, that's unique.
Yeah, that was a kind of thing where it was long in the front and it was short in the back. And
Right.
now it's nothing in the front and it's all in the back.
Yeah. Keep growing there, mister.
Oh, no, fuck. I want a haircut so bad, but I know I got the clippers in that. I'm afraid, though, like, it's hard for me to hold anything with this arm the way I fucked up my hand and everything, but I'd love to be able to take the clippers to my head again. I usually have hair about this long, and usually my wife cuts my hair for me. The bitch left me, and I still got the clippers, but I've never done it. I use the clippers to get rid of my beard because I can't hold a razor, so my facial hair will grow for a while, and then I'll just use a trimmer on my face.
Holy shit. So that's how you get that not quite
That
a
ugly
beard
look? Yeah.
not quite a beard look.
Yeah.
Same way I shave. I only use trimmers.
Yeah. And the thing of it is I have razors and everything. It's just that it's really hard for me because I'm not giving anybody the finger, but on this hand, this finger and this thumb are the only ones that work. The rest just kind of follow. I've done a lot of nerve damage and severed all the nerve tendons and main artery in here all through my hand. I got 2 pins in this finger, and they had to take tendon out of here and cut this finger all the way up and put in a new tendon in there and fix the tendons in the side of that finger. And so I really fucked up this hand, and it's hard to hold a razor. And I don't know about you guys, but do you ever try and do anything with your non-dominant hand?
That's not an appropriate discussion.
You ever try and write with all you right-handed people out there? Try writing with your left hand.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
No, well, I had to learn.
Do that.
A lot of my writing now I do with my left hand, but I'm right-handed.
Yeah, I couldn't write with my left. No, absolutely not.
So
I can't. Sorry, it's not writing; it's printing, and it's very
Yeah.
fucking messing. But I'm able to do it. I had to learn how to do it with. No, I just had to learn how. When all this happened, I had my arm, and I called it a duck brace. So it went up like this and across like this. And I had like over 300 stitches in here and over 150 in here. I had hooks glued to the end of my fingers with the elastics on them and a rod and all this other shit. And I walked around for a year like that. I couldn't use my fucking hand. So I had to do everything with my left hand. And so I said, fuck it. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to go all out. And I'm going to try the best I can. And I learned how to print and shit like that. I learned how to roll a joint with one hand, and Oh
takes
yeah,
talent. That takes talent.
yeah.
Sure.
Mind you, I had to use a little machine in that, but hey, I can still do it with one hand. If push came to shove, I can do it with one hand on the table and that. So I learned pretty quick how to use my fucking left hand. I just can't jerk off with my left hand because it's too much like a mistress. No.
Well, it's too strong. And it's too strong.
No.
The grip is too hard. Let me go, let me go.
Yeah. But, so Chad, how'd you
Yo.
make out shoveling?
Oh, I did all right.
Yeah.
A little sore.
But couldn't have been very much snow.
Oh no, it was just a light dusting, but it was enough that if he tried to get out of his house, he was going to have issues with his scooter. So I needed to make sure he could get out and that his workers could get in tomorrow. So
Yeah.
Understand.
Holy fuck, it's 20-2 already.
yeah.
Oh, is it?
Here in Atlantic Canada, it is.
I'm in Ontario, so what?
20-1 out there in Ontario.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, all you got to do is tell me roughly what province you're in, and I can tell you what time it is.
Yeah. How many time zones do we have, Ashkan?
In Canada, there's 5.
Yeah. 5?
Yeah. So we got Newfoundland time, then Atlantic, Eastern, Central, Mountain, 6, and Pacific.
Isn't Central and Mountain the same?
What?
Isn't Central and Mountain the same?
Nope.
No.
Central would be Manitoba and Saskatchewan.
The prairies.
For 6 months, and then
okay, so we got
Alberta is Mountain Time, and BC is Pacific, and then
that's 5. I got 5. So you got
6.
I just go by the time text. Okay, so there's where I am. Then you go over to Calgary and all that stuff. That's an hour ahead. Then you go over to Manitoba, etc. 2 hours ahead. You go to Ontario, 3 hours ahead. You go to Atlantic. Oh, sorry, you're right, 6. 4 hours ahead. And then Newfoundland is 4.5. Right.
Yeah.
So 6.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I just remember New Year's Eve brought in New Year's Eve 7 times. Because of being in North America, there's 7 time zones in North America. We got the 6 that we have, plus when you go further, Alaska is a separate time zone. It's an hour ahead of Pacific time. So.
Well, yeah. Well, that seems reasonable, man. For sure.
But
Well,
you know,
I
was going till like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning that day. I think it was like a 12-hour fucking live stream that I did.
I would think, even though not part of the mainland, but I would think Hawaii is a different time zone too, isn't it?
If I'm not mistaken, Hawaii is on the same time zone as Alaska.
Oh, okay.
I would have to.
I can only wet dream about Hawaii.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, too hot for me, man. It's 3 degrees Celsius on, and I have a fan on.
Oh, well. I wish I had a fan. Stale air is probably the worst. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, that's
cold.
That's why I have it on. I have my fan on 365 just for some circulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally understandable. My wife and I, we've slept with an oscillating fan for we've been married 40 some years, ever since I can remember, when we were newlyweds, basically. But we've always had a fan in the background. That noise will put you to sleep. That white noise.
What the fuck happened there?
Did I piss somebody off or something?
No, I'm
No.
trying to do. I hit the fucking wrong button on this. I'm trying to find something here. Oh, can anybody tell me what the meaning of a terrorist is? The true definition of a terrorist.
Someone who commits violence for diplomatic means.
Close, and pretty much, yeah. The organization's terrorist activity or terrorism must threaten the security of the U.S. nationals or the national security. Where is it? I had the exact definition. Is this it? Definition. So we have. Come on, load up. And I want you guys to remember that. Just think of police for a minute. Although defining terrorism has proven to be the highly contagious issue, there's.
I think I know where you're going, so I will broaden what I said. Somebody who commits violence to get somebody else to adhere to their ideology. How's that?
The threatened or actual use of illegal force and violence by a non-state actor to attain a political, economic, or religious gains.
Yeah.
Ideology. So basically, yeah, what the police are doing, it's all for political gains. Their own political gains, but it's for political gains.
Yeah.
They do not go by the law, and they do whatever they want. And so I was looking for the true definition of it there. I had it brought up at one point, and people just looked at me and they said, "Holy shit." Groups who are inspired. Okay. Terrorism FBI. FBI.gov. No, that is not it either. Where is it? Violence, political aims, terms used regardless. Oh, Wikipedia. Is this the one I'm looking for? It is, broadest sense, is the use of the intentional violence to achieve political aims. The term is used in this regard primarily to refer to violence during peacetime or in the context of war against non-combatants, mostly civilians and neutral military personnel. The term terrorist and terrorism originated during the French Revolution of the 18th century, but became widely used internationally and gained worldwide attention in the 70s during the Northern Ireland conflict, the Basque conflict, the Israeli-Palestinian. There are various definitions with no universal agreement about it. Terrorism is a charged term. It is often used with the connotation of something that is morally wrong. Government and non-state groups use these terms to abuse or denounce opposing groups. But what they don't tell you is that our governments are the terrorists. And I really wish that I could find this. It was just simple terms.
I've got a real world example for you. And not that I want to in any way prop up his name or his actions, but Osama bin Laden. When Osama bin Laden was doing what America wanted, fighting the Russians, he was a freedom fighter.
Yeah.
When he was doing it to America, he was a terrorist.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so it all has a lot of it has to do with your point of view and your perspective.
Yeah. Well, here's one for you. There was a group of people that Justin Trudeau had passed into law making them a terrorist group, and they're called the Proud Boys.
Right.
They're classified as terrorists here in Canada, but you walk across that border and they're freely walking around the streets of the U.S. How is that making any sense?
Well, like I said, it all depends on your perspective a lot of the time.
I don't know. Maybe
Justin Trudeau's perspective is in his asshole. As far as
well, I mean, key example. Look at Rebel News. I mean, he classes them as terrorists.
No, he doesn't. He's never once said that they were terrorists. He says that he doesn't classify them as press.
As press, yeah.
Right. Not terrorists. There's a big difference there.
But his bodyguards treat them like they are terrorists. I mean, look what they did to Ezra. Was it Ezra?
Yeah. I watched that thing so many times that I've shared it out. I remember when it happened. It's just that. Oh, what is this supposed to be for now?
But if you're not mainstream media, then you're not real.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, and not even mainstream media. You got to be accredited by Justin Trudeau himself.
And again, another real world example, and it depends on your perspective and a time when you're looking at it. Guy Fawkes, the guy who's in my logo. Back then, even though the word wasn't used back then, he would have been considered a terrorist. Now he's considered a revolutionary.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Guy Fawkes is?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Considered a revolutionary?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. We celebrate Guy Fawkes Day on November the 5th every year.
Oh.
Remember the 5th of November.
I remember the 5th of November for two reasons. One is Guy Fawkes Day and my birthday.
Well, there you go.
Oh, cool. Congrats, man.
So I go on the record. I am not going to be the next Guy Fawkes.
I don't share the birthday of a revolutionary. I share the birthday of a plagiarist.
I share the birthday of famous musicians.
Well, my plagiarist is Thomas Edison.
Kurt Cobain and I were born the exact same day, same year, everything. Elvis Presley the same day, and what's the other one there? Not Billy Idol, but David Bowie. We all share the same birthday.
Oh, cool.
Just a couple of weeks ago.
I was a Mother's Day present when I was born.
You're what?
I was a Mother's Day present.
Oh.
When I was born back in 55, May.
My brother was born on Canada Day.
Oh.
And I was actually supposed to be born on New Year's Day, but I was a week late.
Oh, you held on. You weren't moving. I'm staying here.
Yeah,
I was supposed to be born on Halloween.
Yeah.
You were?
I wanted my own holiday, but I wanted it close to all the other ones, all the big ones. So, it goes Christmas. Exactly 7 days after Christmas is New Year's Day. And exactly 7 days after that is my birthday. So for usually 16 days or so, I would party
That's
for
C7.
16
That's
days.
C7s, buddy. C7s.
Yeah.
Yeah. You take the.
I was born a week late
number
too.
C7s.
Oh boy. Well, it's a couple more minutes, and then I'll probably shut this down right at the 5-hour mark, or at 2 o'clock here, which is 1 o'clock there.
you're in control.
It's been 5 hours. It's almost 2:00. I know I got a face for radio, but I need some kind of beauty sleep. Maybe I might get some of the hair back on top. I don't know, but
ever heard of Rogaine?
fuck it.
Does that shit work?
I wouldn't think so.
No, I wouldn't think so either.
No. Fuck the Rogaine and fuck it all. You know, it's just
Well, we still have 9 watching too. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's been pretty steady all night. I was surprised to see it up as high as 30, and I see that we've got over 50 likes on this so far too. So thank you, everybody. All you guys that stopped in, even all you spammers and that. Thanks for stopping in, and I hope the hell that you at least hit the like button on the way out. You want to spam me, at least hit the like button.
I've already hit it, but
no, I'm talking to the spammers. the one that likes to leave the Russian porn links.
I hit it 3 times. Once on the Shame Canadian, once on the Sidekicks, and once on the Chad.
I'm actually I'm only
I hit it 2 of those
on
3.
the site. Oh no, it says this. No, that's the Shame Canadian channel. Yeah, it says 53 likes there.
Yeah.
Well, so you're not a Shame Canadian?
Ashamed.
Oh, my computer's so slow. I think I'm gonna have to. Who?
Ashamed.
Ashamed.
Ashamed?
You don't know how many times I've heard that.
Yeah. I know. I remember
people
you
can't
talking
fucking
about it
read
before, and I
plain
find
English.
it funny.
Yeah. I just thought it was fucking strange too. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Fuck, I forget what I'm doing. I laugh. But yeah, I get that quite a bit. Who was it? Pedo Libre audits with SGV News there.
Like a little more pipe.
He first started calling me Ashamed, and it's like, man, you know, I'm not trying to be racist or anything, but does nobody know how to fucking read English? Does nobody know what the word ashamed is? I'm almost positive that's the proper spelling of ashamed Canadian. Or like ashamed is. Did I spell it wrong?
Well, I think it goes back to what
Ashamed.
I think it goes back to what Stubby was talking about earlier about the dumbing down of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I often tell the story of how I became the Chad, and you were right there, right when I was named the Chad.
I don't think it was.
Actually, you were. It was on CRM.
Well, yeah, I don't remember it, but I thought you were the Chad before I came along.
Oh, I was just Chad.
Okay,
But,
you weren't the
yeah.
Chad. I got you.
Yeah. I started out with just Chad, and that's my first name. I don't hide the fact that's my first name. But I added the when I started doing my own channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes me think of what's his name, Tom Green.
That's where that came from.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was in that movie with Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know what the hell she was thinking there, man. Wow.
Yeah.
Shirley's Angels was the movie.
You know, he's went to the States and never came back. Just like Justin Bieber and
Tom Green.
You can have them.
Tom Green.
That's what we're talking. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Where the Chad came from. It came from on the It was originated off of Charlie's Angels, but CRM, Canadian Rights Media, he started calling me the Chad. So
wasn't it? Didn't that come originally from the Freddy Got Fingered movie? Freddy Got Fingered movie he did before Charlie's Angels. Oh,
no,
okay.
no. The Chad first showed up in Charlie's Angels, and
Okay.
he was Drew Barrymore's character's boyfriend.
Yeah.
And the line he goes, was it the Chad?
Yeah.
It might have been the Chad. It was the Chad.
But yeah, she married him in real life because she's also a fucking rocker.
Yeah. We won't hold that against her.
Yeah.
No,
I would.
I can't thank you very much.
I hold a
for
lot of other
allowing me
things
into your
against her
home.
too, but this is YouTube, so I can't say what I would.
No problem, Blackbird. Anytime, man. You're welcome on anytime either one of us are having a show. You're welcome, man.
Okay,
To
thank
come
you
up
very much.
if it's an open, if it goes to open panel.
Yep.
And if you ever have any questions of any of our guests, you're welcome to come up and ask too.
Sure. Well, as long as you let me up, like
Why am I on
I've
this
never,
one?
I've never in my YouTube life, disrespected anybody except the troll or two. I've done that.
Oh yeah, right.
I was a mod in some other channels too.
Yeah. Rights. I gave you a wrench there.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
On my channel.
As it seems this is winding down, thanks for having me up, guys. Hopefully I'll get my head out of my ass and get a little more active here. But,
and yeah,
nice seeing you. Nice chatting with you.
Yes. Glad to see you back.
Yeah, for sure.
And keep us updated if you can. If you go out to do like go to release another video or something, if you can let me know, or if you're getting back into it.
Well, like I said, I was earlier. I was looking up yesterday updates because I've been gone for so long. I figure if I am going to come back, the first thing I should do is kind of update what's happened and what's played out in my previous videos. So that's if I get something together, that's probably going to be the first thing. It's just an update video and what's happened to Kevin J. Johnson since last updated to everybody, and among other things.
CRM and Kevin J. Johnson. Oh.
Yeah, there's the number. You know, Chris Ivany, who was the Canadian Tire guy. That was my very first video. That's since been resolved as well and come to a conclusion, and there's a number of them.
Yeah.
Well, maybe what we'll have to do is we'll have to get you to come on the show and so give everybody an update and shit like that. And
sure,
if you want, anything to help out a fellow YouTuber, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially you. I got a lot of respect for a lot of Canadians. It's not like I don't have respect for anybody else, but I do have a lot of respect for Canadians. This is a Canadian show, so I'm trying to show as much love and support to my.
No, absolutely understood. You know, I do the same thing on my channel. I try and push the Canadian content.
Yeah. So
anyway, guys.
If we can help you with even a couple of subs or something, we're always here for you, man.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's like I said, I poked around originally a couple weeks ago, and then what actually got me poking around yesterday, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, one of the guys who did disappear shortly after I did was BC Paul News.
Yes.
Yes.
BC Paul actually gave me a call yesterday because he's got my number. And we were talking for a while. And he's he restarted his channel yesterday as well, so you can actually I'll get you his link.
No, is this the same guy that said that he started his channel because of my video?
No, BC Paul News is a totally different. BC Paul News. He's right up by me. I've gone out filming with him a couple times. I think you might see in one or two of my videos where I actually had gone out and done an audit. I'm out with BC Paul and my roommate. But He was the guy. I actually have another video. I'm just going to say Surrey RCMP violating rights for public filming. It's my fifth oldest one. That was the guy. I originally contacted him because he started up out here, and he went to film the Big Surrey detachment of the RCMP, and he was just on the sidewalk for like 10 minutes. Filming the RCMP building. It's a big old building, and they've got a crime lab in the back and everything. Yeah. And nobody approached him or said anything when he was there, but they kept tabs on him. And 5-10 minutes down the road, the cops did a rolling stop and used like 6-7 cars to make him pull over down the road after he had left the scene. And he didn't really know his rights and understand his rights at that point. So his car was searched and everything, and they completely violated his rights. And a couple weeks, and that's when I contacted him because I'm like, dude, I gotta fill you in. But a couple weeks later, he saw an accident in an area he was, and he parked on the side of the road, and he got his camera out, and he was going to go see what was happening at this accident. And one of the same cops who pulled him over that first day saw him there. Gave him what the cop called was a warning for parking illegally, even though he was parked perfectly illegally, and it was only a warning. Turns out the guy gave him an actual ticket that was not a warning, but he was hoping Paul would just say, "Oh, it's a warning," and crumple it up and throw it away and pay no attention to it, and he'd have to pay it down the road. Anyway, that was Constable Richards. That's another one of my updates. Constable Richards no longer works for the Surrey RCMP. He's out in Alberta working somewhere now.
Oh, yeah. A gypsy cop.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was just trying to stop Paul from filming, and he was giving him a hard time.
Yeah.
Actually, yes. Now that I remember seeing and hearing about that. But no, there was somebody else. I can't remember who it was, but they wrote me, and I believe they told CRM and that the reason why they started their channel is because they seen me getting arrested.
I vaguely remember that from back then, but I can't remember who it was.
Me too.
Yeah.
I vaguely do too. Yeah.
I
have to go back.
And then there was the other guy in Ontario just not long ago that said that he started his channel because of seeing what I was doing. And, I get him to get ready to bring him up on the show and everything. And he just disappeared. His YouTube channel, everything just disappeared. He doesn't answer his phone. Doesn't answer text messages, his emails, nothing.
Well, and you know what? In addition to what we were saying earlier about that, you got some people that might not have the stones to really do this, and they don't figure it out until they've put out a couple of videos. On the other hand, it's hard getting started in the Canadian because the Canadian market isn't really there for what we do. The other one is, you know what? If you're out there and real life gets in the way, that's a real thing. And this is the first time anybody's seen me in whatever it is, 6 or 7 months. Don't be afraid to stick your toe back in, man. People understand real life happens too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, we had another YouTuber go missing for about 6 weeks. ASMR. He just showed back up a couple of days ago. Find out that he was in the ICU and shit like that in the hospital with his kung flu or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But he was right down and out, and nobody knew what happened to him. There was speculation. People thought that he might have been in jail because of the January 6th thing, and
he's American. I thought you were talking Canadian. That's okay. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. But he went missing, and then he came back. He gave a quick update, and bang, he's back out, and people, they're back there again, and he's back doing what he was doing. He didn't let what happened to him. There's so many people that get arrested. If everybody were to quit the first time they got arrested, we wouldn't have people out there on the street right now at all, because I don't
Right.
think there's one cop watcher that out there that has not been arrested at least once. At least once.
I can see
Whether
that.
it's a bullshit charge, whether
I have not been, but I haven't done it a lot.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
neither have I.
like I said, I've had cameras smashed on me in Halifax. I've had cameras stolen from me here in St. John. The same in Toronto. I've been charged with owning a cell phone. I had cell phones stolen from me, taken from me, everything, by government officials and shit like that. So if I were to stop every time, I wouldn't. This channel would not exist.
Yeah, no, well, absolutely, and you know what? Even if you're one of those people, and I don't mean to disparage you by saying you don't have the stones to do this, because different people react differently to different situations. Going back to what I was talking about earlier about my anxiety, you know what? I can get in a cop's face and I can fucking scream at him, and somebody can come. Never mind cops, just some Joe Blow can come up to me on the street and want to fight me. And you know what? I love that fucking shit. Doesn't faze me at all. If I have to go and fill out a form for income assistance, I'm a fucking wreck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get
And
quite
that's
excited.
usually the way, eh? Try to do the little things, and
Well, that's what. Well, yeah. So it affects different people in different ways, and
Yeah.
if your way is you can't get out there and go toe to toe with a cop, that's okay. You can do other things. Click that like button, watch, subscribe.
yeah, do stuff like this.
Exactly.
Talk with other auditors and cop watchers and that, and help get their message out. That's why I kind of feel obligated, because I've been an activist for so long. I don't know what else to do, because of my health and that. So that's why I have this channel and that. It's gone through 2 different names so far. Like, this is the second name of this channel, but that's only because of political reasons and shit like that, why I changed the name of my channel. But I've been here for for the longest time. I worked with homeless and that, working in shelters, and the way I fought there was I fought for each individual to have their right to have a place over their roof over their head and food in their stomach. So I fought on different levels when it comes to government, whether I'm using an organization or whether I'm doing it for by myself or something. But I always tried to fight for individual rights. I'm not in that position anymore. So the only thing that I have left is YouTube, and to be able to expose what I can, do what I can by, if I go out and do the odd filming here and there. But that's all I can do now. So, but at least I'm trying, and I'm trying to connect other people. And that's what it's all about. If you can connect other people, the word goes faster.
All right, on that up, boys. I think that's a good end note. I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me once again. Nice talking to you guys. Thanks everybody in the chat that's been here and watching. And hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Stay in touch, brother.
Good meeting you.
Yes, definitely stay in touch. Rights.
All right.
Review.
I'll try it.
All right, guys. Thanks very much.
Good night.
Peace
Have a
out,
good night.
brother. Okay, guys. It's been just over 5 hours now, so it is almost 2:15, and I need a little bit of beauty sleep here. So as you can tell, I need as much beauty sleep as I can get. But no. Again, I want to thank everybody, all the mods. Thank you for all your hard work tonight.
Yes.
And Duke, thank you for showing up. The Chad, as always, you're a great friend, and I'm glad to have you as a co-host here, and I appreciate everything that you do. Glad to see you. BC Paul, I hope to speak with him soon. M Star Media, thank you for stopping in. Prairie,
Yes.
and all the
Banana.
rest in chat. And Banana too. And I really want to again thank Josh from AFA for stopping in tonight and having this discussion with us. And hopefully we can.
Definitely was
work
very
on other people.
informative, and you know, if you know anybody that is, I will definitely say it this way: if you know anybody that is looking at getting into this is definitely one of the videos I would personally recommend as a sidekick to anybody to watch, because he does give you some valuable insight into what it takes to do this. You know,
Yeah, and now
a lot of wisdom in that man's head. He's been doing it for a lot of years.
Yes. So when it comes to all you new auditors in the States, yes, for sure, go and check out what Josh does. And even some of you guys in Canada here, you can check out and take into account some of the things that he does in the States. But just remember that not all laws in the States are the same as here in Canada. So that's why it's always good to go and follow up with guys like Canadian Rights Review and Canadian Rights Media and
yes.
News Now Victoria, Not So Silent. These guys have been really doing some great work out there in the West Coast. And they're very informative when it comes to the law. And then Canadian Rights ET, I forget his new channel now, but if anybody gets the chance that really wants to know about the laws in Canada, please, when I remember his name, folks, just send me an email if you really want to know who the guy is, what his new channel is. I forget for the life of me, right off the top of my head, what his new
Me too.
channel is, but he used to be called Canadian Rights ET. We call him the Law Ninja.
The Master. Or Master ET. Or Master ET.
Yeah. But we call him the Law Ninja for a reason. The guy is smart when it comes to Canadian law. And he will help out any auditor. Hey, can you wait till I'm done? Like, really?
Sorry.
I'm trying to talk here,
Sorry,
and you keep jumping in and jumping in. Okay? I'm trying to get through this so that I can get off of here. I've been on here for 5.5 hours. I would like to close it off. I'm just trying to do a closing, and people keep... Okay. And now I forget where I'm going with this. So, you know what? I'm just going to put it this way. Again, thank you all for coming. Have a great night. And I will see you soon.
Yes. Thank you.
Later, everyone.
Later, bud. Good to meet you, Chad.
Yep. We just jumped up. Yep. Later. I'll end the broadcast here. Thank you, everyone. You don't got to stay here, but you know.
Don't have to go home, but you don't see